Welcome to Buddha Stories, your sanctuary for ancient wisdom and peaceful rest. Tonight we embark on a gentle journey through the most profound Buddhist teachings that have guided souls toward inner peace for over 2,000 years. As you settle into comfort, allow these timeless words to wash over you like a calm river, carrying away the stress and worries of your day. The Buddha once said that within each of us lies a jewel more precious than any earthly treasure. This jewel is our capacity for peace, wisdom, and true happiness. Tonight, as the world grows quiet around you, we will uncover this treasure together. You need not believe anything nor change anything about yourself. Simply listen, breathe, and let these ancient truths settle into your heart like gentle snow. In a quiet grove in ancient India, under the spreading branches of a Bodhi tree, a young prince named Siddhartha made a discovery that would change the world forever. After years of searching for the meaning of life, he finally understood why humans suffer, and more importantly, how we can find lasting peace. These insights became known as the Four Noble Truths, and they hold keys to unlocking the contentment your heart has always sought. Imagine for a moment that you are walking through your daily life and you begin to notice something peculiar. No matter how much you achieve, how much you acquire, or how perfectly things seem to go, there is always something missing. A restlessness that follows you like a shadow. This, the Buddha realized, is the first truth about human existence. The first noble truth tells us that life contains suffering, dukkha, but this is not a pessimistic view. It is simply honest. Dukkha is a nuanced term encompassing not just physical pain, but also dissatisfaction, impermanence, and the inherent unsatisfactoriness of conditioned existence. Birth itself is a struggle, a forceful entry into a world of sensory input and existential vulnerability. Growing older brings aches, limitations, and the gradual erosion of capacities we once took for granted. We get sick despite our best efforts to stay healthy, reminding us of the fragility of our physical forms. We lose people we love, friends, family partners, and experience the profound grief of separation. Eventually, we ourselves will die a universal and inescapable reality. Even in our daily lives, dukkha manifests in myriad forms. We meet people we dislike, creating friction and irritation. We part from those we cherish, leading to longing and sadness, and our desires often remain unfulfilled, giving rise to frustration, disappointment, and a nagging sense of emptiness. For those who cling tightly to how they want things to be, everything becomes a source of frustration. Think about your own life for a moment. How many times have you thought, if only I had this, then I would be happy, only to discover that happiness remained elusive even after getting what you wanted? This is not because you are doing something wrong. This is simply how life works when we do not understand its deeper nature. The first truth is not a declaration of doom, but an invitation to look clearly and honestly at the raw, unfiltered reality of human experience. It is the crucial first step because without acknowledging the problem, we cannot hope to find a solution. It's the diagnostic stage, much like a doctor identifying the symptoms of an illness before prescribing a cure. This truth encourages a fearless self-examination where we confront the pervasive sense of dissatisfaction that often underlies even our moments of joy. But here is where the Buddha's wisdom becomes truly revolutionary. He did not stop at identifying the problem. he discovered exactly what causes this suffering. And this insight forms the second noble truth. The root of our suffering lies in craving tanha. This craving is not just for material things, but for life to be different than it is. It's a restless yearning, a persistent hunger for things to be other than they are in the present moment. We crave sensual pleasures, thinking they will satisfy us permanently, only to find that their fleeting nature leaves us wanting more. We crave for things to stay the same when we like them, and for things to change when we do not. This clinging to permanence in an impermanent world is a fundamental source of anxiety. Most deeply, we crave for a sense of self that feels solid and permanent in a world that is constantly changing, a clinging to a fixed I in a fluid reality. These cravings are like drinking salt water when we are thirsty. The more we drink, the thirstier we become. Each momentary satisfaction only fuels a deeper, more insistent desire. Consider how this plays out in modern life. You work hard to buy a beautiful house, and for a time it brings you joy. But soon, you start noticing the things that need repair, or you begin wanting a bigger house in a better neighborhood. The house itself has not changed, but your relationship to it has. This is not a flaw in you. This is how the mind naturally operates when it does not understand the temporary nature of all things. The Buddha saw that our suffering comes not from external circumstances, but from our internal resistance to the way things actually are. When we fight against reality, we always lose. When we accept reality as it is, we find peace, even in difficult situations. Tanha is not merely wanting, which is a natural part of being human. It is the clinging to desires, the insistence that our happiness depends on their fulfillment. It's the incessant voice in our heads that says, if only I had X, I would be happy, or I can't be happy until Y changes. This truth points to the internal psychological roots of our suffering, liberating us from the notion that external circumstances are solely to blame. By understanding the cause, we begin to see the possibility of removing it. This leads us to the third noble truth, which is perhaps the most hopeful message ever delivered to humanity. Suffering can end nirodha. The Buddha declared that suffering can end not by changing the world to match our preferences, but by changing our relationship to the world. When we let go of our desperate clinging to how we think things should be, suffering naturally falls away like autumn leaves from a tree. This is the truth of cessation, the profound realization that there is an alternative to the endless cycle of craving and dissatisfaction. Imagine what your life would feel like if you could remain peaceful regardless of what happened around you. Not indifferent or cold, but genuinely at peace. This is not a fantasy. It is your birthright as a human being. The capacity for this peace lies within you right now, waiting to be uncovered. Nirodha is the ultimate freedom, the unshakable inner stillness that arises when the fires of craving and aversion are extinguished. It is the peace of knowing that your happiness does not depend on the ever-shifting sands of external conditions. This truth offers an immense sense of possibility, a radical optimism that suggests true liberation is not a distant mythical state, but an achievable reality for every individual. It challenges the conventional belief that suffering is an inherent and unavoidable part of life, revealing that much of our pain is self-inflicted through our own mental patterns. The fourth noble truth provides the practical pathway to this freedom. It is called the Noble Eightfold Path, and it consists of 8 interconnected practices that gradually transform how we see and engage with life. These are not commandments from above, but rather guidelines discovered through careful observation of what actually leads to happiness and what leads to suffering. The path begins with right view samadhi, seeing things as they truly are rather than through the lens of our fears and desires. When we understand that everything in life is temporary and interconnected, we naturally become less grasping and more accepting. This involves comprehending the Four Noble Truths themselves, understanding karma, and recognizing the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and non-self nature of all phenomena. It's the foundational cognitive shift that underpins all other aspects of the path. Right intention. Samma Sankappa follows the genuine desire to live in a way that causes no harm to ourselves or others. This involves intentions of renunciation, letting go of craving goodwill, wishing well for all beings, and harmlessness, avoiding actions that cause suffering. It's the cultivation of wholesome motivations. Right speech. Samavaka means speaking truthfully and kindly, avoiding words that wound or mislead. This includes refraining from lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and idle chatter, and instead promoting speech that is beneficial, timely, and gentle. Right action. Samakamanta involves living ethically, treating all beings with respect and compassion. This encompasses abstaining from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, and engaging in actions that promote well-being. Right livelihood. Sama Ajiva asks us to earn our living in ways that do not cause suffering to others. This means avoiding professions that involve harm, such as trading in weapons, living beings, meat, intoxicants, or poisons. It's about ensuring our work contributes positively to the world. Right effort. Samavayama is the balanced energy we bring to our spiritual development, neither forcing nor being lazy. It involves preventing unwholesome states from arising, abandoning those that have arisen, cultivating wholesome states, and maintaining those that have arisen. It's a persistent, mindful exertion. Right mindfulness. Samasati is the practice of staying present and aware in each moment, rather than being lost in thoughts about the past or future. This involves continuous awareness of the body feelings, mind, and phenomena, observing them without judgment. It's the cultivation of present moment awareness. Finally, right concentration. Sama Samadhi is the ability to focus the mind clearly and calmly like still water that perfectly reflects the moon. This is the development of one-pointedness of mind, leading to states of meditative absorption, jhanas that deepen insight and peace. These 8 aspects of the path work together like the spokes of a wheel. As you develop one, it naturally supports the development of the others. You do not need to perfect them all at once. Even taking small steps along this path brings immediate benefits to your peace of mind. The beauty of these 4 noble truths is that they require no special beliefs or complicated practices. They simply ask you to look honestly at your own experience and notice what actually brings happiness and what brings suffering. As you do this with patience and kindness toward yourself, wisdom naturally arises. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, consider carrying one simple insight with you. Life becomes much easier when we stop fighting against what is and start working skillfully with what we have. This does not mean becoming passive. It means becoming wise about where to direct our energy. Like water flowing around rocks in a stream, we can learn to move through life with grace and effectiveness while maintaining our inner peace. The Four Noble Truths are not just a philosophical framework, but a practical guide, a roadmap for navigating the complexities of human existence and finding genuine, lasting freedom. They are an invitation to embark on the most important journey of all, the journey within. There is a profound truth that modern science is only beginning to understand, but which Buddhist wisdom has recognized for millennia. Nothing in this universe exists independently. Everything arises and passes away due to conditions connected to everything else in an intricate web of relationships that stretches across time and space. Understanding this truth, called dependent origination, pratyasamutpada, can fundamentally transform how we see ourselves and our place in the world. Picture a spider's web glistening with morning dew. Touch one strand and the entire web trembles. Each thread supports and is supported by every other thread. Remove any single strand and the web's integrity changes. This is how the Buddha saw reality, not as a collection of separate independent objects, but as a vast network of interconnected conditions. This concept, known as dependent origination, is one of the pillars of Buddhist philosophy. It states that all phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena. Nothing exists in isolation. It's a dynamic, ever-changing dance of causes and effects, where every event is both a result and a cause. This understanding moves beyond a simplistic linear causality to a more complex holographic view of existence, where every point in the web contains information about the whole. Consider something as simple as the clothes you are wearing right now. These garments exist because of countless conditions coming together. Cotton plants grew in soil enriched by decomposed leaves from previous seasons. Rain fell from clouds formed by evaporation from distant oceans. Farmers planted and tended the crops using knowledge passed down through generations. Workers harvested the cotton, machines processed it into fabric. Designers created patterns, seamstresses assembled the pieces. The clothes reached you through a network of transportation stores and economic systems. Without any one of these conditions, your clothes would not exist. This deep dive into a seemingly simple object reveals the layers upon layers of interdependencies that make up our world. It highlights how even the most mundane items are a confluence of global processes, natural cycles, and human ingenuity. The very act of wearing clothes is a participation in this vast, interconnected dance. This same principle applies to everything in your life, including your own body and mind. Your body exists because of the food you eat, which grew in soil nourished by countless life forms. Your thoughts arise based on your experiences, which were shaped by the people you met, the books you read, the culture you were born into. Even your sense of being a separate individual is created by conditions, your memories, your relationships, your ongoing experiences with the world. Your very existence, therefore, is not an isolated event, but a continuous process of being conditioned and conditioning others. This means that you are not simply a static entity, but a dynamic node in the universal web, constantly receiving and transmitting influences. Your health is dependent on the ecosystem, your knowledge on collective human endeavor, your emotions on relational dynamics. The Buddha used a beautiful metaphor to illustrate this truth. He said, that if you look deeply into a flower, you can see the entire universe. The flower contains the rain that nourished it, the soil that supported it, the sun that energized it, the gardener who planted it, and the countless generations of flowers that came before it. The flower is not separate from these conditions. It is these conditions appearing in the form of a flower. This metaphor is profoundly insightful because it teaches us to see beyond superficial appearances. A flower isn't just a flower, it's a living embodiment of the entire cosmos, a miniature universe reflecting the vastness of its interconnected origins. It encourages a deeper, more mindful way of perceiving, where every object becomes a doorway to understanding the fundamental unity of existence. This understanding has profound implications for how we think about suffering and happiness. When we believe that we are separate, isolated individuals, we naturally become fearful and defensive. We think our happiness depends on getting what we want and avoiding what we do not want, leading to endless striving and anxiety. But when we truly understand our interconnected nature, we realize that our well-being is intimately connected to the well-being of everything around us. This shift from an egocentric to an ecocentric worldview is liberating. It dissolves the artificial boundaries we erect between ourselves and others, revealing a shared destiny. Our individual suffering is not just my suffering. It's a ripple in the collective ocean of dukkha, and similarly, our joy contributes to the collective well-being. Imagine two different ways of experiencing a traffic jam. In the first scenario, you see yourself as separate from the other drivers, competing for limited space on the road. Each delay becomes a personal affront. Each slow-moving car an obstacle to your happiness. Your mind fills with frustration and anger. You honk, you curse, you feel a surge of irritation, believing that the external situation is actively doing something to you. This is the perspective of separation, where the world is viewed as a collection of obstacles to overcome. The traffic jam is not just a collection of cars, it's a manifestation of millions of individual decisions, infrastructure limitations, and economic activities, all of which you are a part of. In the second scenario, you recognize that you and all the other drivers are part of the same interconnected system. Everyone is trying to get somewhere. Everyone has their own concerns and destinations. The traffic is not happening to you personally. It is simply a condition arising from thousands of people making travel decisions at the same time. This shift in perspective naturally brings patience and understanding. You might use the time to listen to a podcast, practice mindfulness, or simply observe the intricate dance of human activity around you. Instead of fighting reality, you flow with it. This illustrates how our internal framework shapes our experience of external events. The traffic jam remains, but your inner landscape is transformed from a battlefield to a place of acceptance and even curiosity. The same principle applies to more significant challenges in life. When someone treats you unkindly, instead of taking it as a personal attack, you can recognize that their behavior arises from conditions in their own life, perhaps stress, pain, or confusion. This does not mean accepting abuse or failing to protect yourself, but it does mean responding from wisdom rather than reactive emotion. When you see how their behavior is conditioned, compassion naturally arises alongside appropriate action. For instance, instead of immediately lashing out, you might choose to communicate your boundaries clearly and calmly, or perhaps offer support if appropriate. This is not about condoning harmful acts, but understanding their roots, which in turn allows for more effective and less emotionally charged responses. It transforms conflict into an opportunity for growth and understanding, both for yourself and potentially for the other person. Understanding interconnection also reveals why kindness and generosity are not just moral choices, but practical wisdom. When you help others, you are actually supporting the web of conditions that supports your own life. When you harm others, you are damaging the very network of relationships that sustains you. This is not mystical thinking. It is simply recognizing how deeply embedded we are in each other's lives. Every act of kindness creates a ripple of positive energy, strengthening the fabric of society that ultimately benefits everyone, including yourself. Conversely, every act of aggression or selfishness weakens this fabric, leading to a more challenging and less supportive environment for all. It's a reciprocal relationship where what you put out into the world inevitably comes back to you, perhaps not directly, but through the overall health of the interconnected system. Consider how this plays out in your daily relationships. When you speak kindly to someone, that kindness ripples outward. The person you spoke to is more likely to treat the next person they meet with kindness. That kindness continues to spread, eventually creating conditions that make your own life more pleasant. Similarly, when you approach your work with care and dedication, you contribute to systems that benefit many people, including yourself. You are not separate from the community you serve. You are an integral part of it. A small act of genuine appreciation or a helpful gesture can uplift an entire team, fostering a more collaborative and productive environment that ultimately supports your own success and well-being. This demonstrates the immediate, tangible impact of understanding dependent origination in our daily interactions. This understanding also brings tremendous comfort when facing loss and change. When someone you love dies, the conventional view sees this as a complete ending, a permanent separation. But from the perspective of interconnection, you can recognize that the love you shared continues to live in your heart, influencing how you treat others. The wisdom they shared with you continues to guide your decisions. The kindness they showed you enables you to be kind to others. In this sense, they continue to be present in the world through the conditions they helped create. Grief is still real, but it is tempered by the recognition that relationships transcend physical presence. The essence of the connection endures, transforming into a legacy that continues to shape your life and the lives of others. This offers a profound sense of continuity and meaning in the face of apparent finality. Even your own death, when viewed from this perspective, becomes less frightening. The elements that make up your body will return to the earth, nourishing new life. The love you have given will continue to influence others long after you are gone. The knowledge you have gained will live on in the people you have taught or influenced. You are not a separate entity that simply disappears. You are part of an ongoing process that continues to unfold. This perspective shifts the focus from individual cessation to ongoing transformation within the greater web of existence. It suggests that while the individual form may dissolve, the energy, influence, and lessons embodied during life continue to contribute to the universal flow. Death, then, is not an end, but a metamorphosis, a return to the source of all being and a catalyst for new life. This does not mean that your individual life does not matter. On the contrary, understanding interconnection reveals how profoundly significant each moment of your existence truly is. Every choice you make, every word you speak, every thought you think sends ripples through the web of existence. You have the power to contribute to conditions that increase wisdom and compassion in the world, or to conditions that increase confusion and suffering. This is both a tremendous responsibility and an incredible opportunity. It empowers you to see yourself not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in shaping the collective reality. Your seemingly small actions accumulate to create significant impacts, reinforcing the profound ethical implications of dependent origination. It challenges you to live consciously, recognizing the far-reaching consequences of your every breath and intention. The practice of recognizing interconnection begins with simple awareness. As you go through your day, notice how everything you encounter depends on countless other things. The food you eat, the air you breathe, the technology you use, the people you meet, all are gifts from the vast network of life. This recognition naturally cultivates gratitude and humility. Take a moment to truly appreciate the intricate dance of elements and beings that allow you to simply exist. From the sunlight that powers photosynthesis to the hands that harvest your food, from the engineers who design your devices to the complex social structures that deliver them to you, every aspect of your life is a testament to this boundless interconnectedness. This conscious awareness of dependence leads to a profound sense of appreciation for the generosity of the universe. You can also practice seeing the interconnected nature of your emotions and reactions. When you feel angry, notice what conditions led to that anger. Perhaps you are tired or hungry or stressed about something unrelated to the immediate situation. Recognizing these conditions does not mean ignoring your feelings, but it does mean understanding them in context. This understanding naturally creates space between you and your reactions, allowing you to respond more wisely. For instance, if you realize your irritation stems from lack of sleep, you can address the root cause by prioritizing rest rather than lashing out at an innocent colleague. This practice of internal dependent origination allows you to depersonalize challenging emotions, seeing them as products of conditions rather than inherent flaws, thus enabling a more skillful and compassionate response to your inner world. As you settle into sleep tonight, imagine yourself as part of the vast web of existence. Feel how you are supported by the earth beneath you, nourished by the air around you, connected to all the people who have contributed to making your life possible. Rest in the knowledge that you belong here, that you are an essential part of the ongoing story of life on this planet. Let this sense of connection fill you with peace as you drift into restful sleep. Allow the vastness of this understanding to soothe any feelings of isolation or insignificance. You are not a solitary island, but an integral thread in the magnificent tapestry of being. This realization can dissolve anxiety and cultivate a deep sense of belonging, allowing you to rest in the embrace of universal unity. One of the most liberating discoveries you can make is also one of the most challenging to understand. The self that you take to be so solid and real, the I that seems to be the central character in your life story, is actually more like a flowing river than a fixed statue. This insight, when truly understood, can free you from countless forms of suffering that arise from trying to protect and maintain something that was never solid to begin with. This core Buddhist teaching, known as Anadavo Enjia or non-self, is not a denial of your existence, but a profound re-understanding of it. It doesn't mean you don't exist, but rather that you don't exist as a separate, unchanging inherent entity. Instead, what we perceive as self is a dynamic, ever-changing process, a collection of interdependent phenomena. Close your eyes for a moment and try to find this self that you call I. Where exactly is it located? Is it in your thoughts? But thoughts come and go, constantly appearing and disappearing like clouds in the sky. One moment you're thinking about work, the next about dinner, then a memory from childhood. Which one of these fleeting thoughts is the real you? None of them can be definitively pinpointed as the permanent self, as they are all transient. Is it in your body, but your body is continuously changing? Every cell replacing itself, every breath bringing new air while releasing the old. From childhood to old age, your physical form undergoes constant transformation. If your body is always changing, how can it be a fixed self? Is it in your memories? But memories shift and fade, and you clearly exist even when you are not remembering anything. Furthermore, memories are interpretations of past events subject to bias and distortion, not solid objective records. Is it in your emotions, but emotions arise and pass away like weather patterns, sometimes calm, sometimes stormy, always in flux? You might feel joy one moment and sadness the next. Which emotion then is the true you? The more you search for a solid, unchanging self, the more elusive it becomes. This introspective inquiry reveals the impermanence and conditioned nature of all the components we typically associate with our identity. The Buddha used a powerful analogy to help people understand this truth. He compared what we call the self to a chariot. A chariot has wheels, an axle, a body, and reins. We give this collection of parts a name, chariot, and we think of it as a single thing. But if you remove the wheels, where's the chariot? If you take away the axle, what happened to the chariot? The truth is that chariot is simply a useful label we give to a temporary arrangement of parts. The chariot has no independent existence apart from its components. Similarly, what we call the self is a collection of constantly changing physical and mental processes, often referred to as the 5 skandhas nu uan form, rupa sensations, vedana perceptions, samjana mental formations, samskara, and consciousness vijnana. There is a body that breathes, digests, and moves. There are sensations of seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, and smelling. There are thoughts arising and passing away, plans, judgments, ideas. There are emotions flowing through like currents in a stream, joy, sorrow, anger, fear. There is consciousness aware of all these processes. But there is no fixed, unchanging entity that we can point to and say, this is the real me. Each of these skandhas is impermanent and interdependent. They arise, abide for a time, and then cease, constantly in flux. The self is merely a convenient designation for this dynamic interplay, much like a wave is a designation for a temporary manifestation of the ocean. This might sound frightening at first. After all, we have spent our entire lives believing in and protecting this sense of self. We have built our identity around it, made decisions to enhance it, worried about threats to it. The ego, with its strong desire for security and continuity, resists this notion of non-self. It grasps onto a fixed identity, fearing that without it there would be chaos or non-existence. But discovering the fluid nature of the self is actually profoundly liberating. It means that you are not trapped by who you think you are. You are not limited by your past mistakes or current limitations. You are a process, not a product, always capable of growth, change, and transformation. This understanding dismantles the rigid cages of self-definition, opening up boundless possibilities for evolution. It's the ultimate freedom from self-imposed limitations, allowing for a continuous unfolding of potential rather than a desperate clinging to a static, often flawed image. Consider how this understanding applies to self-criticism. How often do you tell yourself stories like, "I am a failure," "I am not good enough," or "I always mess things up"? These statements assume there is a fixed self that possesses these qualities permanently. They create a rigid self-identity based on past actions or perceived flaws. But when you recognize that you are a process rather than a thing, these statements lose their power. Instead of, "I am a failure," you might say, "Failure happened in this situation," or "The action I took led to an undesirable outcome." Instead of, "I am not good enough," you might recognize feelings of inadequacy are arising right now. This shift in language reflects a shift in understanding that can dramatically reduce unnecessary suffering. It's not about denying responsibility for your actions, but about detaching from the rigid, judgmental self-labels that perpetuate suffering. You learn to observe self-critical thoughts as mental events rather than absolute truths about who you are. This allows for self-compassion and the space to learn and grow without being defined by past mistakes. The same principle applies to positive self-concepts. When good things happen, the ego wants to claim credit and build a story about how wonderful it is. For example, "I am so smart," or "I am a great success." But this too causes suffering because now you have a positive self-image to protect and maintain. You start worrying about whether you can live up to this image, whether others will see through it, whether it will last. This creates a subtle anxiety, a pressure to constantly prove your worth. When you understand that there is no fixed self to be wonderful or terrible, you can simply appreciate positive experiences without the burden of making them mean something about your identity. You can enjoy success without attaching to the idea of a permanent, successful self. The joy is in the experience itself, not in bolstering an egoic narrative. This allows for a deeper, more unconditional happiness, free from the highs and lows of ego inflation and deflation. This insight also transforms how you relate to other people. When someone behaves in ways you do not like, instead of concluding they are a bad person, you can recognize that unskillful behavior is arising in them right now. This perspective naturally increases your compassion because you understand that people are not fixed in their patterns. Everyone has the capacity to change and grow. Even someone who has caused great harm is not essentially a harmful person. They are a process that has been conditioned to act harmfully. This understanding does not excuse harmful behavior, but it does create space for forgiveness and the possibility of healing. Instead of judging the person, you can focus on the actions and their underlying conditions. This allows for more effective and less reactive responses, fostering an environment where growth and resolution are possible rather than perpetuating cycles of blame and resentment. It's the compassionate understanding that everyone is fundamentally seeking happiness, even if their conditioned patterns lead them to cause harm. The freedom that comes from understanding the fluid nature of the self extends to every area of life. If you have been thinking of yourself as shy, you can recognize that shyness is simply a pattern that arises in certain conditions. It is not your essential nature. It's a temporary habit, not an inherent trait. If you have been thinking of yourself as unlucky, you can see that this is just a story you have been telling yourself based on selected memories. It is not a fundamental truth about who you are. Luck, both good and bad, is a confluence of conditions, not a fixed characteristic of your being. If you have been thinking of yourself as broken or damaged, you can understand that these are temporary conditions, not permanent features of your being. The self is not a static object that can be permanently broken. It is a dynamic process capable of continuous repair and renewal. This perspective empowers you to move beyond limiting self-narratives and embrace your inherent capacity for change and healing. But perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this understanding is how it reveals your true nature. When you stop trying to maintain the illusion of a separate solid self, what remains is pure awareness, tam nguyen tui, spacious, peaceful, and free. This awareness is not yours in the way that thoughts and emotions seem to belong to you. It is more like the sky in which all experiences arise and pass away. Clouds move through the sky, but they do not stain it. Storms may rage, but the sky remains untroubled. Similarly, thoughts and emotions move through awareness, but they do not fundamentally disturb its essential peace. This is the unconditioned, luminous quality of mind that is always present, regardless of what appears within it. It's the knowing aspect of consciousness itself prior to any content. This realization is the ultimate liberation, the profound peace that arises when you fully identify with this boundless awareness rather than the transient contents of experience. This does not mean that you stop functioning as an individual. You still have preferences, make decisions, and take care of your responsibilities. You still interact with the world, experience emotions, and pursue goals. But you do these things with much greater ease and effectiveness when you are not carrying the burden of defending and promoting a self that does not actually exist. You become like an actor who plays their role skillfully while never forgetting that it is just a role. The performance is real, but the identity of the actor is distinct from the character. This allows for a life of engagement and effectiveness, free from the constant anxiety and striving of the ego. Your actions become less about me and more about the skillful navigation of circumstances driven by wisdom and compassion rather than attachment to self-image. The practice of seeing through the illusion of a permanent self begins with simple observation. Throughout your day, notice how your sense of self changes. In the morning, you might feel confident and energetic. By afternoon, you might feel tired and irritable. In the evening, you might feel peaceful and content. Which one is the real you? The truth is that all of these are temporary states, arising and passing away in awareness. None of them define your essential nature. By observing these shifts, you begin to de-identify from these transient states, recognizing them as phenomena appearing in the field of awareness rather than defining characteristics of you. This practice of mindfulness allows you to create a healthy distance from the constant fluctuations of the mind. You can also practice releasing attachment to your personal history. While it is useful to learn from the past, you do not need to carry it as a burden or wear it as an identity. The person who made mistakes yesterday is not the same as the person who is here today. You are free to respond to each situation with fresh wisdom rather than being trapped by old patterns. This means acknowledging past experiences without allowing them to dictate your present or future. It's about living in the present moment, free from the weight of accumulated identity. This doesn't mean forgetting lessons learned, but rather integrating them without allowing them to define a rigid, limiting self-concept. Every moment is a new opportunity to choose who you want to be, unburdened by the past. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let go of the need to be anyone in particular. You do not need to maintain any image or protect any identity. Rest in the simple awareness that is your true nature, open, spacious, and free. Allow yourself to dissolve into this awareness like a drop of water returning to the ocean. In this dissolution, find the peace that surpasses all understanding. This is the profound rest that comes from releasing the burden of self. When the striving for a fixed identity ceases, what remains is the boundless, unconditioned nature of awareness itself. This is the ultimate comfort, knowing that your deepest essence is already whole, perfect, and at peace beyond the transient play of appearances. Continue. Cheka chan ruatui, seteptuk morong ba evan choban. Shin hak lairang viek morong, van ban lane. Vindet pink milen tula, mot qua trin rat, daiva toi, seteptuk kung kapkak van ki huan tan. 4. The true nature of reality beyond appearance and illusion. What if everything you think you know about reality is like looking at the world through a funhouse mirror? The Buddha discovered that our ordinary way of perceiving and interpreting the world creates a kind of cosmic optical illusion. We see things as solid when they are flowing, permanent when they are temporary, separate when they are connected. Tonight, let us gently explore what lies beyond these appearances and discover the profound peace that comes from seeing reality as it truly is. This fundamental teaching, known as impermanence anicca, alongside suffering dukkha and non-self anatta, forms the 3 marks of existence, providing a profound framework for understanding the true nature of all phenomena. Imagine holding a handful of sand at the beach. To your eyes, each grain appears to be a separate solid object, but scientists tell us that each grain is mostly empty space, with tiny particles vibrating in patterns of energy. The solidity we experience is created by our senses and interpreted by our minds. The sand is real, but not in the way it appears to be. This is a perfect metaphor for how the Buddha saw all of existence. Our everyday perception, though useful for navigating the world, is often a superficial interpretation, creating an illusion of fixedness where there is only ceaseless flux. The very act of perceiving involves an active construction by the mind rather than a passive reception of objective reality. We filter, organize, and label, often missing the underlying dynamic and interdependent nature of things. Everything we encounter seems to have a fixed nature. We look at a mountain and see something permanent and unchanging. We look at other people and see them as essentially the same from day to day. We look at ourselves and assume we are the same person who existed yesterday. But this apparent stability is like a movie. When you watch a film, you see smooth motion, but the movie is actually composed of thousands of still frames flashing by so quickly that your brain creates the illusion of continuous movement. The Buddha taught that all of existence is like this movie. What appears solid and permanent is actually a continuous flow of momentary events arising and passing away with incredible speed. Your body seems stable, but every cell is constantly being replaced. Your thoughts seem to belong to you, but they arise spontaneously based on countless conditions and then disappear. Your emotions feel substantial, but they are like weather patterns, always changing, never the same from moment to moment. This ceaseless flux, this moment-to-moment arising and ceasing, is the essence of impermanence. Nothing truly stays the same, even for an instant. The river you step into twice is never the same river. You are never the same person. This understanding has profound implications for how we approach problems in our lives. When you are going through a difficult time, it feels like the difficulty is solid and permanent. Your mind tells you stories like, "This will never end," or "Things will never get better." But when you see through the illusion of permanence, you realize that even your most challenging experiences are flows of temporary conditions. Just as storms always pass, leaving clear skies behind your current difficulties are also temporary patterns that will inevitably change. This doesn't diminish the reality of the pain or challenge, but it provides a crucial perspective. It is not a fixed state, but a passing phenomenon. Recognizing this impermanent nature of suffering can bring a profound sense of hope and resilience, allowing you to endure difficult times with the knowledge that they too, like all things, will pass. Consider the last time you felt overwhelmed by a problem that seemed impossible to solve. At the time, it probably felt completely real and solid. But look back now, where is that problem today? Even if some aspects of it remain, the problem itself has changed. Your understanding of it has evolved, and your relationship to it has shifted. What seemed like an immovable mountain was actually more like a cloud formation, appearing solid from a distance, but dissolving when you got closer. This reflection highlights how our perception of problems often gives them a permanence they don't intrinsically possess. When we cling to the idea of a problem as a fixed entity, we limit our capacity to respond creatively and adaptively. The wisdom of impermanence encourages us to view challenges as dynamic, ever-changing situations, which opens up avenues for new solutions and perspectives. The Buddha used many beautiful metaphors to help people understand this truth. He said that all phenomena are like dreams, vivid and compelling while you are experiencing them, but recognized as insubstantial when you wake up. They are like mirages, appearing real from a distance, but revealed as optical illusions when you approach them closely. They are like echoes, seeming to have a source, but actually just sound waves bouncing off surfaces. They are like reflections of the moon in water, beautiful and clear, but not the moon itself. These metaphors emphasize the ethereal, non-substantial nature of all compounded things. They are not saying that life isn't real, but that its reality is far more fluid and less tangible than our conditioned minds usually perceive. They invite us to look beyond the surface, to question our assumptions, and to recognize the inherent emptiness, sunyata, not as nothingness, but as the lack of inherent independent existence of all phenomena. This does not mean that life is meaningless or that nothing matters. Rather, it means that reality is much more fluid and workable than we usually imagine. When you understand that your problems are not as solid as they appear, you become more creative in addressing them. You are less bound by rigid solutions and more open to flexible, adaptable approaches. When you recognize that other people's difficult behavior arises from temporary conditions, you become more patient and compassionate. You see their actions as conditioned responses rather than fixed personality traits, fostering empathy. When you see that your own limitations are not fixed features of who you are, you become more willing to grow and change. This insight transforms perceived weaknesses into opportunities for development. The recognition of impermanence is therefore not a call to apathy, but an invitation to engaged, skillful action grounded in a clear understanding of reality's dynamic nature. Think about how this applies to your relationships. How often do you get frustrated with someone because they are not acting the way you want them to? In these moments, you are seeing them as a solid object that should behave in certain predictable ways. You create a fixed expectation of them, but when you remember that they are actually a flowing process shaped by countless conditions, you may not even be aware of your frustration naturally softens into understanding. You stop trying to control their behavior and start working skillfully with the conditions that influence it. You learn to embrace their changing nature just as you embrace your own. This fluid perspective allows for greater flexibility, forgiveness, and deeper connection as it acknowledges the inherent growth and transformation within each individual, moving beyond rigid expectations and static definitions. The same principle applies to your goals and ambitions. When you see your objectives as fixed targets that you must hit in exactly the way you planned, you create unnecessary stress and limitation. Any deviation from the plan becomes a source of anxiety or disappointment. But when you understand that both you and your goals are part of a flowing process, you become more flexible and creative. You can adapt to changing circumstances while staying true to your deeper intentions. You work with life's natural flow rather than fighting against it. This isn't about abandoning goals, but about holding them lightly, recognizing that the path to achievement is rarely linear and often requires adjustments. It allows for a joyful process of evolution, where the journey itself becomes as meaningful as the destination, free from the rigidity of attachment to specific outcomes. Perhaps most importantly, this understanding transforms your relationship to fear. Most of our fears are based on the assumption that bad things, once they happen, will be permanent. We fear losing our job because we imagine unemployment as a fixed state. We fear illness because we think of sickness as a solid condition. We fear death because we see it as a final ending. But when you truly understand the flowing nature of reality, you realize that nothing, neither good nor bad, ever remains the same. This does not eliminate challenges, but it does eliminate the extra suffering that comes from believing challenges are permanent. While challenges are real, the suffering added by fear of their permanence is a mental construct. This profound insight allows us to face difficulties with courage, knowing that even the darkest nights eventually give way to dawn, and that every experience, however painful, is a temporary pattern in the grand tapestry of existence. The Buddha also taught that our conventional way of thinking creates artificial divisions that do not actually exist in reality. We think in terms of self and other good and bad success and failure, life and death. These categories are useful for practical purposes for navigating the relative world, but they can become sources of suffering when we forget that they are mental constructs rather than absolute truths. In reality, everything exists on a spectrum, and the boundaries we draw are somewhat arbitrary. The world is not composed of distinct, separate entities, but a seamless, interconnected whole. This teaching points towards non-duality advaya, the understanding that ultimate reality is beyond conceptual pairs and distinctions. When we cling to these dualistic concepts as absolute, we create friction and conflict within ourselves and with the world. For example, consider the difference between yourself and the environment around you. Where exactly does you end and not you begin? Is the air in your lungs part of you or part of the environment? What about the food in your stomach, the bacteria in your intestines that help you digest food? The more closely you look, the more you realize that the boundary between self and world is much more fluid than it appears. You are not separate from your environment. You are an expression of it. Your body is constantly exchanging matter and energy with the world, blurring any rigid line. This deep interconnectedness reveals that the idea of a separate self is a powerful but ultimately illusory mental construction, a convenient label rather than an absolute truth. This recognition naturally leads to what Zen Buddhism calls non-dual awareness, a way of perceiving that does not divide reality into opposing categories. In this awareness, you can appreciate differences without creating conflicts. You can make distinctions without making separations. You can engage fully with life while maintaining the deeper understanding that all apparent opposites are actually different aspects of one flowing whole. For instance, you can differentiate between joy and sorrow without making one good and the other bad. You can recognize success and failure as different outcomes, each offering lessons rather than absolute judgments of worth. This non-dual perspective fosters a sense of unity and equanimity, allowing you to embrace the totality of experience without getting caught in the inherent tension of dualistic thinking. Practicing this way of seeing begins with questioning your assumptions about permanence. When you find yourself thinking, "This always happens," or "they never change," or "I can't do this," pause and ask yourself whether these statements reflect the flowing nature of reality. Notice how your experience is actually constantly shifting, even when the changes are subtle. Pay attention to how your mood's energy levels and perspectives change throughout the day. Observe how other people reveal different aspects of themselves in different situations. This continuous self-inquiry and mindful observation help to loosen the grip of fixed perceptions, allowing for a more accurate and liberated view of reality. It's about developing a keen awareness of the present moment's dynamic unfolding, rather than imposing static mental frameworks upon it. You can also practice seeing the interconnected nature of apparent opposites. Light and darkness define each other. Without darkness, the concept of light would be meaningless. Joy and sorrow are similarly interconnected. Our capacity for deep happiness often comes from having experienced deep sadness. Success and failure teach us different lessons, but both contribute to our growth and understanding. When you see these apparent opposites as partners in a dance rather than enemies, in a battle life becomes much more workable. This perspective allows for a more integrated understanding of existence, where apparent contradictions are seen as complementary forces contributing to the richness and complexity of life. It fosters a sense of equanimity, recognizing that all experiences, both pleasant and unpleasant, are part of a larger, meaningful whole. Another powerful practice is learning to rest in uncertainty. Our minds naturally want to know what will happen next, to have everything figured out and under control. But reality is inherently unpredictable, and our attempts to create certainty often lead to disappointment and stress. When you can become comfortable with not knowing what comes next, you open yourself to possibilities that your planning mind could never imagine. You learn to trust the process of life itself rather than your limited ability to control outcomes. This does not mean becoming passive or irresponsible. You still make plans, set goals, and take appropriate action. But you hold these activities lightly, like a skilled sailor who sets a course but remains ready to adjust when the wind changes. You engage fully with life while remembering that your plans are provisional and your understanding is always incomplete. This embrace of uncertainty is a profound act of liberation, releasing you from the exhausting effort of trying to control the uncontrollable and allowing you to flow more harmoniously with the unpredictable currents of existence. The ultimate insight that emerges from seeing through the illusion of solid reality is a profound sense of freedom. When you realize that the limitations you have accepted are not as real as they appear, new possibilities open up. When you understand that your problems are not as permanent as they seem, you approach them with greater creativity and less desperation. When you recognize that your identity is not fixed, you become free to grow and change in ways that previously seemed impossible. This freedom is not chaotic or frightening. It is deeply peaceful. It is the peace of knowing that you are part of something much larger and more intelligent than your individual mind. It is the peace of trusting the natural flow of existence rather than constantly swimming against the current. It is the peace of recognizing that you do not have to figure everything out or control every outcome. You can simply show up with presence and compassion and allow life to unfold through you. This liberation from fixedness allows for a life of spontaneous responsiveness, where wisdom arises organically in each moment, unburdened by rigid expectations or self-imposed limitations. As you settle into sleep tonight, imagine yourself as a wave on the ocean. For a moment, the wave appears to be separate from the water. It has its own shape, its own movement, its own apparent existence. But the wave is never actually separate from the ocean. It is the ocean expressing itself in the form of a wave. When the wave subsides, it does not disappear. It simply returns to its source. You too are a wave in the ocean of existence, appearing to be separate for a brief time, but never actually apart from the whole. Rest in this understanding as you drift into peaceful sleep. Let the vastness of the ocean envelop you, knowing that your individual form is a temporary manifestation of an eternal, boundless reality. This deep acceptance of your transient nature can bring profound tranquility, releasing the anxiety of separateness and allowing you to merge with the universal flow. There is perhaps no teaching more practical or immediately useful than understanding the power of your own mind. The Buddha made a remarkable discovery that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Your experience of reality is not created by what happens to you, but by how your mind interprets and responds to what happens. Tonight, we will explore this profound truth and learn how to work skillfully with the mind's creative power. This insight forms the bedrock of Buddhist psychological understanding, emphasizing that while external events may be beyond our control, our response to them is largely within our grasp, and it is this response that determines our inner experience. Picture two people experiencing the exact same rainfall. One person sees the rain as ruining their outdoor plans and feels frustrated and disappointed. Their inner narrative might be, "This always happens when I plan something fun," or "Why does it have to rain today of all days?" leading to a cascade of negative emotions. The other person sees the rain as nourishing the earth and feels grateful for nature's abundance. Their thoughts might be, "How wonderful for the plants," or "This rain brings life." The rain itself is neutral, it simply falls. But the two people live in completely different worlds based on how their minds interpret this neutral event. This simple example reveals something extraordinary about the nature of experience. Our perception is not passive, but an active construction. The rain is merely a set of sensory data, temperature, sound, visual patterns, but our minds imbue it with meaning, which then triggers an emotional and psychological reaction. It's a powerful demonstration of how internal frameworks dictate external experience, highlighting the mind's profound influence as the primary architect of our reality. This understanding is both empowering and sobering. It is empowering because it means you have much more control over your happiness than you might have thought. You are not a victim of circumstances. You are a co-creator of your experience. This shifts the locus of control inward, away from external conditions, and towards your internal landscape. It means that even in the face of adversity, you possess the agency to shape your inner response. It is sobering because it means you cannot blame external conditions for your suffering. If you want to change your experience of life, you must be willing to examine and transform the patterns of your own mind. This realization places the responsibility for inner peace squarely on our own shoulders, inviting us to look inward rather than constantly seeking to manipulate or control external factors. It's a call to honest self-reflection and the courageous undertaking of mental transformation. Consider how this works in your daily life. When you wake up in the morning, your mind immediately begins creating your day through the thoughts you think. If your first thought is, "I don't want to get up," you begin painting your day with resistance and reluctance. This initial thought sets a negative tone, coloring subsequent perceptions and interactions. If your first thought is, "I wonder what interesting things will happen today," you begin painting with curiosity and openness. This positive orientation prepares you to perceive opportunities and engage with the world more constructively. The day itself has not yet happened, but your mind has already begun shaping your experience of it. These initial mental seeds, though seemingly small, have a powerful compounding effect, influencing mood energy and overall receptivity to life's unfolding. This process continues throughout the day in ways both obvious and subtle. When you encounter a challenging situation at work, your mind can paint it as an overwhelming crisis or as an opportunity to develop new skills. The raw data of the situation is the same, but the narrative you overlay upon it fundamentally alters your experience. When someone speaks to you curtly, your mind can create a story about how they dislike you, triggering feelings of hurt or anger, or it can recognize that they might be having a difficult day, fostering empathy and understanding. When you make a mistake, your mind can paint you as fundamentally flawed, or it can see the mistake as valuable feedback for improvement. This constant moment-by-moment mental painting is happening automatically, often below the level of conscious awareness. Learning to observe this process is the first step towards taking intentional control of your inner canvas. It highlights that our emotional states are often direct consequences of our interpretative frameworks. The Buddha used a powerful metaphor to illustrate this truth. He said that the mind is like a magician who creates elaborate illusions that appear completely real to the audience. The magician makes objects appear and disappear, transforms one thing into another, and creates entire worlds that exist only in perception. Similarly, your mind creates your emotional and psychological reality through the stories it tells and the meanings it assigns to events. These mental creations can be so convincing that you forget they are constructions of your own mind. We become so engrossed in the show that we forget we are both the audience and the magician. This powerful analogy underscores the deceptive nature of our own mental processes, particularly when they operate on autopilot. It emphasizes that what we often take to be objective reality is in fact a subjective interpretation filtered and flavored by our internal biases, beliefs, and past experiences. Understanding this does not mean dismissing your thoughts and emotions as unreal or unimportant. Your mental creations have real effects on your well-being, your relationships, and your choices. A thought-generated belief that I am unworthy can manifest in real-world self-sabotage, just as a thought-generated perception of injustice can fuel real anger. But recognizing them as creations rather than absolute truths gives you the power to work with them skillfully. You can learn to choose which thoughts to nurture and which to let go. You can develop the ability to paint more beautiful and helpful mental pictures. This allows for conscious intervention where you can actively reframe narratives and cultivate beneficial thought patterns. It's about becoming a mindful magician, intentionally crafting an inner reality that serves your highest good rather than being passively captivated by the illusions of an unconscious mind. This process begins with developing what Buddhists call mindfulness sati, the ability to observe your own mental activity with clarity and compassion. Instead of being lost in your thoughts, you learn to watch them arise and pass away like clouds in the sky. This creates a vital space between observer and observed, allowing for disidentification. Instead of believing every story your mind tells you, learn to recognize stories as stories, narratives that may or may not be true, rather than absolute facts. Instead of being controlled by your emotions, you learn to experience them as temporary weather patterns in the sky of awareness. Mindfulness is the gentle, non-judgmental attention that illuminates the inner landscape, revealing the creative mechanisms of the mind. It's the essential tool for becoming aware of how your mind is creating your reality, rather than simply being swept along by its creations. For example, imagine you are stuck in traffic and notice anger arising. Without mindfulness, you might think, this traffic is making me angry, and blame external circumstances for your emotional state. you feel like a victim of the traffic. With mindfulness, you might recognize anger is arising in my mind in response to traffic, and understand that your emotional experience is being created by your mental reaction rather than by the traffic itself. This shift in understanding immediately gives you more options for how to respond. You might notice that your anger is based on thoughts like, I should be moving faster, or other drivers are inconsiderate. Recognizing these as thoughts rather than facts, you can choose to think differently. You might think, traffic is a natural result of many people traveling at the same time, or this gives me a chance to practice patience. As your thoughts change, your emotional experience naturally shifts as well. This demonstrates the profound leverage that mindfulness provides by observing thoughts and emotions as impermanent mental events. We create the possibility of responding with wisdom rather than automatic reactivity. It transforms a frustrating situation into an opportunity for conscious choice and inner peace. This same principle applies to more significant challenges. When facing illness, your mind can paint the experience as a terrible catastrophe that ruins your life, or as an opportunity to develop resilience and appreciate simple pleasures. The illness is a physical reality, but its emotional impact is largely shaped by your mental frame. When dealing with financial difficulties, your mind can create stories about failure and inadequacy, or it can focus on learning about money management and discovering what truly brings happiness. When experiencing relationship conflicts, your mind can paint the other person as unreasonable and impossible, or it can look for ways to understand their perspective and communicate more effectively. The key insight is that you always have a choice about how to frame your experience. This does not mean denying problems or pretending everything is wonderful when it is not. It means recognizing that you can choose to focus on aspects of any situation that increase your wisdom and resilience, rather than aspects that increase your suffering and confusion. You can choose to paint with colors that bring out the beauty and meaning in your life, rather than colors that emphasize pain and limitation. Developing this skill requires practice and patience. Your mind has been painting your reality in certain ways for many years, and these patterns do not change overnight. They are deeply ingrained habits, often operating unconsciously. But every moment offers a new opportunity to notice how your mind is creating your experience and to make more conscious choices about the mental pictures you paint. Even small shifts in perspective can have profound effects on your well-being. It's a gradual process of retraining the mind, moving from automatic reactive patterns to intentional, skillful engagement. This practice of conscious framing cultivates mental flexibility and empowers you to respond to life's challenges with greater agency and less suffering. One powerful practice is to regularly ask yourself, what story is my mind telling right now? And is this story helpful? Notice when your mind is creating dramas, catastrophes, or limitations that may not reflect the full reality of your situation. Experiment with telling different stories, not false or overly optimistic ones, but stories that include more possibilities and focus on your capacity to handle whatever arises. For example, instead of, "This is impossible," try, "This is challenging and I will find a way." Or instead of, "I always fail," try, "I am learning and growing from this experience." This active mental reframing isn't about delusion. It's about shifting your attention to the most constructive and empowering aspects of reality. It's about directing the mind's creative power towards generating solutions and resilience rather than perpetuating cycles of negativity. Another helpful practice is cultivating what the Buddha called loving kindness metta, the intention for all beings, including yourself, to be happy and free from suffering. When your mind is painting with the colors of love and compassion, your entire experience of life becomes more beautiful. Challenges become opportunities to extend kindness. Difficulties become chances to develop understanding. Even painful experiences become meaningful when viewed through the lens of compassion. This is because metta shifts your focus from self-preoccupation to universal well-being, naturally dissolving the mental constructs of separation that fuel much suffering. When your mind is steeped in kindness, it reinterprets events through a lens of connection and empathy, transforming perceived threats into opportunities for connection and shared humanity. It's an act of intentionally choosing a benevolent mental framework. You can also practice recognizing the creative power of your mind by paying attention to how your thoughts affect your body. Notice how thinking about something you are grateful for creates a sense of warmth and expansion in your chest. Observe how worrying about future problems creates tension in your shoulders and stomach. Feel how remembering a peaceful moment brings relaxation to your entire being. This direct experience of the mind-body connection helps you understand how powerfully your thoughts shape your reality, not just psychologically, but physiologically. It provides tangible evidence that your internal mental state is not separate from your physical experience, reinforcing the idea that by consciously managing your thoughts, you can directly influence your physical well-being. This immediate feedback loop encourages more mindful and intentional thought patterns. As you prepare for sleep tonight, take a moment to appreciate the incredible creative power of your mind. Throughout the day, your mind has been painting your experience, moment by moment. Some of these paintings may have been dark or difficult, but you have the power to choose different colors tomorrow. Rest in the knowledge that you are not a passive victim of circumstances, but an active participant in creating your experience of life. Let this understanding fill you with hope and peace as you drift into restful sleep. Embrace your role as the artist of your own reality, knowing that each new day offers a fresh canvas. This profound realization of agency can bring a deep sense of calm and empowerment, allowing you to release the day's mental burdens and sleep in the confidence of your own inner creative capacity. Tuyet voi toi setiep tuk morong baivan, kin hak lai rang viek morong van ban lane, Rinja sexvilan tula mod quatrin rat, deva toi setiep tuk kung kap kats van ki huan tang. 6. The hidden treasure. Discovering your Buddha. Nature. Deep within every human being lies a treasure more precious than all the gold and jewels in the world. This treasure has been there since the moment you were born, waiting patiently to be discovered. It cannot be stolen, damaged, or destroyed. It does not depend on your accomplishments, your relationships, or your circumstances. This treasure is what Buddhists call your Buddha nature, Tathagatagarbha, your innate capacity for wisdom, compassion, and perfect peace. This profound teaching affirms that enlightenment isn't something external to be acquired, but an intrinsic quality to be realized. It's a radical message of inherent worthiness, suggesting that every sentient being, regardless of their current state, carries the seed of full awakening within them. Imagine a magnificent diamond buried deep in the earth. The diamond may be covered in layers of mud and rock, making it appear worthless to those who cannot see its true nature. But the mud does not change the diamond's essential clarity and brilliance. When the mud is washed away, the diamond's natural radiance shines forth, unchanged by its temporary concealment. Your Buddha nature is like this diamond, always perfect, always present, simply waiting to be uncovered. This analogy beautifully illustrates that our inherent purity and wisdom are never truly corrupted, only obscured by temporary mental afflictions. It's not about becoming something you are not, but about shedding the layers that prevent your true self from shining. The path is one of purification, not acquisition. The Buddha made an extraordinary claim that challenged everything people believed about human nature. He declared that every person, regardless of their past actions or current circumstances, possesses the same potential for enlightenment that he himself had realized. This was not merely optimistic thinking. It was based on his direct perception of the deepest truth about consciousness itself. When he looked at human beings with fully awakened vision, he saw not broken or limited creatures, but sleeping Buddhas waiting to awaken. This teaching offers tremendous hope and comfort, especially during difficult times when you are struggling with pain, failure, or confusion. It fundamentally shifts our understanding of human potential from one of inherent flaw to one of inherent perfection. It's a message of profound inclusion, assuring everyone that the path to liberation is open to them, not just a select few. It is easy to believe that something is fundamentally wrong with you. You might think you are not spiritual enough, not good enough, or not worthy of happiness and peace. You might internalize societal judgments or personal failures as permanent flaws. But Buddha nature teaching reveals that these feelings of inadequacy are like clouds passing in front of the sun. The clouds may temporarily obscure the light, but they do not diminish the sun's radiance. Similarly, your difficulties and limitations may temporarily obscure your Buddha nature, but they cannot damage or diminish it. They are temporary obscurations, not fundamental defects. This understanding provides a powerful antidote to self-criticism and shame, inviting self-acceptance and a deeper trust in your innate goodness. It reinforces that your true nature remains pristine and whole even when you feel otherwise. Consider the story of a young man who looked into a mirror one morning and was horrified to see no reflection of his head. He searched, frantically convinced he had lost his head entirely. He ran through the streets, asking people to help him find his missing head. Of course, his head was there all along. He had simply been looking at the back of the mirror. His panic and suffering were based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation. In the same way, when we feel disconnected from our essential goodness and wisdom, we are not actually missing anything. We are simply looking in the wrong direction. Our suffering arises from a misconception, an inability to perceive what is already inherently present. This parable beautifully illustrates that the object of our search, our true nature, is not lost but simply overlooked due to an incorrect orientation of attention. The treasure is not somewhere else. It is precisely where you are. Your Buddha nature manifests as an inexhaustible capacity for love. Think about moments when you have felt genuine compassion for someone who was suffering. In those moments, where did that love come from? It arose spontaneously from the depths of your being without any effort or calculation. You did not have to learn how to love. You simply had to allow your natural compassion to flow. This spontaneous arising of love is a direct expression of your Buddha nature. It is not a learned behavior, but an innate quality that surfaces when mental barriers are lowered. This capacity for selfless connection, empathy, and benevolent wishing is a clear signpost to the luminous core of your being. It's the unconditional warmth of the heart, always ready to extend outwards. Similarly, your Buddha nature expresses itself as natural wisdom. There have been times in your life when you knew exactly what to do in a difficult situation, even though you could not explain how you knew. There have been moments when you understood something profound about life without anyone teaching it to you. These flashes of insight come not from your thinking mind, but from the deeper wisdom that is your birthright as a conscious being. This wisdom is always available. You simply need to learn how to access it. It's an intuitive, knowing a clarity that transcends logical analysis, offering direct solutions and profound insights. This innate intelligence, often obscured by mental chatter and conceptual frameworks, is a fundamental aspect of your enlightened potential, waiting to be recognized and trusted. Your Buddha nature also appears as an unshakable peace that exists beneath all your emotional turmoil. Even during your most anxious or upset moments, there is something within you that remains calm and aware. This awareness watches your emotions without being overwhelmed by them. It observes your thoughts without being controlled by them. It experiences your physical sensations without being defined by them. This witnessing awareness is perhaps the most direct way to experience your Buddha nature in daily life. It's the unchanging ground of being the silent backdrop against which the drama of life unfolds. This inner stillness, accessible at any moment, is the ultimate sanctuary, providing a refuge from the ceaseless fluctuations of mind and body. It's the stable core amidst all change. But if Buddha nature is always present, why do we so often feel disconnected from it? The answer lies in understanding what Buddhists call the adventitious defilements klesha, temporary coverings that obscure our true nature. These defilements are like dust on a mirror. The dust may make it difficult to see your reflection clearly, but it does not change the mirror's essential capacity to reflect. When you clean away the dust, the mirror's reflective nature is immediately apparent. The primary defilements that obscure Buddha nature are ignorance, avidya, hatred, dvesa, and greed, raga, along with their countless variations like jealousy, pride, worry, resentment, and fear. These are not inherent aspects of your being, but learned patterns, habits of mind that have accumulated over time. Ignorance is not knowing your true nature, believing you are limited, separate, and fundamentally flawed. It's the root delusion, the misperception of reality that leads to all other afflictions. Hatred is the energy of pushing away experiences. You do not like creating internal conflict and division. It manifests as aversion, anger, and ill will, constantly resisting what is. Greed is the energy of grasping after experiences. You do like creating dependency and fear of loss. It's the insatiable hunger for pleasure, attachment, and accumulation. These three patterns of mental energy, often called the three poisons, create a kind of fog that makes it difficult to perceive the clarity and spaciousness of your essential nature. They bind us to the cycle of suffering by keeping us perpetually dissatisfied and reacting to life's flow. The beautiful thing about these defilements is that they are not permanent features of who you are. They are more like weather patterns, sometimes present, sometimes absent, always changing. Just as storms eventually clear to reveal the open sky periods of confusion, anger, and craving naturally subside to reveal the peace and wisdom that were there all along. You do not need to fight against these difficult emotions. You simply need to remember that they are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. This understanding completely transforms how you relate to your own psychological struggles. Instead of seeing them as inherent flaws, you see them as transient phenomena that arise and pass much like physical sensations. This perspective empowers you to observe them without being overwhelmed or identified with them. Instead of seeing depression, anxiety, or anger as evidence that something is wrong with you, you can recognize them as temporary clouds passing through the sky of your awareness. This does not mean ignoring these experiences or pretending they are not difficult. It means holding them in the larger context of your essential wholeness. You can seek appropriate help for emotional difficulties while maintaining confidence in your fundamental okayness. The inherent health of the mind is not compromised by the presence of these emotional states. It's about creating space for difficult feelings without letting them define your entire being. This perspective allows for both self-compassion and skillful engagement with psychological challenges, transforming them from insurmountable barriers into opportunities for deeper self-understanding. There is a traditional story about a poor woman who had a pot of gold buried in her house but was unaware of it. She lived in poverty, struggling to meet her basic needs. One day, a visitor noticed something glinting in the dirt floor and helped her discover the treasure that had been there all along. Suddenly, all her financial worries disappeared, not because anything new was added to her life, but because she became aware of wealth that had always been present. Discovering your Buddha nature is like this. It is not about becoming something you are not, but about recognizing what you have always been. The treasure is not outside, but within. This parable serves as a powerful reminder that the resources for true happiness and peace are already latent within us, waiting to be acknowledged and utilized. Our perceived poverty is often a result of overlooking our inherent richness. The practical implications of this teaching are profound. When you truly understand that Buddha nature is your deepest reality, you stop looking for validation and worth outside yourself. You stop believing that you need to become someone different to be happy. You stop thinking that your past mistakes define your future possibilities. Instead, you begin the process of uncovering what has always been there, like an archaeologist carefully brushing away sand to reveal an ancient statue. This shifts your focus from external striving to internal realization, from becoming to being. It's a journey of remembering, not acquiring. This uncovering happens through what Buddhists call the practice, not complicated techniques or esoteric rituals, but simple ways of returning attention to your true nature. Every time you respond to difficulty with patience instead of reactivity, you are polishing the mirror of Buddha nature. Every time you extend kindness to someone who is struggling, you are allowing your natural compassion to shine forth. Every time you remain aware during emotional turbulence, without being swept away, you are resting in the peace that is your birthright. These are not extraordinary acts, but simple mindful choices that gradually reveal your inherent qualities. They are the daily acts of tending to your inner garden, clearing away the weeds of affliction so that the beautiful flowers of wisdom and compassion can bloom naturally. Each conscious choice reinforces your connection to your true nature. One of the most accessible ways to connect with Buddha nature is through the practice of loving kindness meditation, metta bhavana. Simply bring to mind someone you care about and silently offer them wishes for happiness and well-being. You might say, "May you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be at peace, may you be free from suffering." Notice how this intention feels in your heart. The warmth and openness you experience is not something you create. It is your Buddha nature expressing itself naturally. As you extend these wishes to yourself, to neutral people, and even to difficult people, you are not developing new capacities, but uncovering capacities that have always been present. This practice actively cultivates the boundless compassion that is an intrinsic aspect of your true self, gradually dissolving the barriers of judgment and separation. Another powerful practice is simply resting in awareness itself. Right now, notice that you are aware of these words. Notice that you are aware of sounds around you, sensations in your body, thoughts in your mind. This awareness itself, not the objects of awareness, but the knowing quality that perceives them, is the most direct expression of Buddha nature available to ordinary consciousness. It requires no special training to access no particular beliefs to adopt. It is as close to you as your own breath. This immediate, ever-present quality of awareness is the fundamental ground of your being, always pristine and untouched by the contents that arise within it. Resting in this spacious awareness is the essence of meditation, a simple act of returning to your natural state. The Buddha taught that recognizing Buddha nature is like the sun emerging from behind clouds. The sun does not create its own light when the clouds pass. The light was always there, simply waiting to be revealed. Similarly, when you experience moments of genuine peace, love, or wisdom, you are not manufacturing these qualities. You are simply allowing your true nature to shine forth unobstructed. This understanding brings a profound relaxation to spiritual practice. Instead of striving to become enlightened, you learn to recognize the enlightened awareness that is already present. It shifts the focus from effortful striving to effortless recognition. You are not trying to become a Buddha. You are realizing that you are a Buddha simply in a state of temporary forgetfulness. This teaching offers particular comfort when dealing with guilt and regret. No matter what mistakes you have made, no matter how far you feel you have strayed from your values, your Buddha nature remains completely untouched. It is like a jewel that retains its value even when covered in mud. Your past actions may have created difficult consequences that need to be addressed, but they have not damaged your essential capacity for wisdom and goodness. Every moment offers a fresh opportunity to align with your true nature. This provides a powerful foundation for self-forgiveness and renewal, allowing you to learn from the past without being condemned by it. It reassures you that your inherent purity is immutable, offering a path forward free from the crippling weight of past perceived failures. Understanding Buddha nature also transforms how you see other people. When someone behaves in ways that are harmful or annoying, instead of writing them off as a bad person, you can recognize that their Buddha nature is temporarily obscured by their own confusion and pain. This does not excuse harmful behavior or mean you should not protect yourself when necessary, but it does mean approaching others with the understanding that their essential nature is no different from your own. Everyone is doing their best with their current level of understanding and emotional capacity. This perspective naturally increases your patience and compassion. Just as you would not become angry at someone for having the flu, you can learn not to take others' unskillful behavior personally. Their actions arise from their temporary mental and emotional conditions, not from their essential nature. With this understanding, you can respond to difficult behavior with wisdom rather than reactivity, often helping to create conditions where others' Buddha nature can also shine forth. As you go about your daily life, you can practice recognizing Buddha nature in yourself and others. Notice moments when people act with spontaneous kindness, even in small ways. Observe the natural wisdom that emerges when people face challenges with courage and creativity. Pay attention to the innate peace that becomes visible when people let go of their worries and simply be present. These are not special or rare occurrences. They are everyday expressions of the awakened nature that exists in everyone. By consciously looking for these qualities, you reinforce their presence within yourself and cultivate a deeper appreciation for the inherent goodness of all beings. It's a practice of seeing the inherent light, even amidst the shadows. Perhaps most importantly, trust in your own Buddha nature. When you are facing difficulties, remember that you have within you everything you need to handle whatever arises. This does not mean you will not need help from others or that challenges will be easy. It means that your deepest nature is already whole, already wise, already capable of profound love. You are not broken and in need of fixing. You are complete and in the process of remembering. This profound trust is the ultimate act of self-compassion, liberating you from the burden of striving for external validation or perceived perfection. It affirms that your inherent capacity for peace and wisdom is an inexhaustible resource, always available, always sufficient. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, rest in the confidence of your own Buddha nature. You do not need to become someone different or achieve some special state. You simply need to relax into the peace and love that are your natural inheritance. Let this understanding fill you with gratitude for the incredible gift of your own consciousness. Sleep peacefully in the knowledge that you are already everything you need to be. Allow the truth of your inherent perfection to permeate every cell of your being, dissolving all doubts and fears. Rest in the profound certainty that your deepest essence is boundless and pure, the very source of peace and awakening. Within the landscape of your mind grows a garden. Like any garden, it contains both flowers and weeds, helpful plants, and those that can cause harm. The Buddha taught that learning to tend this inner garden skillfully is one of the most important tasks of human life. Tonight we will explore the nature of mental afflictions, cliches the weeds that can overgrow the garden of the mind, and learn gentle, effective ways to cultivate the beautiful qualities that are your birthright. This metaphor of the mind as a garden is incredibly apt, highlighting that our inner state is not fixed, but requires diligent cultivation. Just as a gardener doesn't blame the weeds, but understands their conditions for growth, we learn to approach our mental suffering not with self-blame, but with a clear, wise intention to transform its causes. Imagine walking through a garden that has been neglected for some time. You might see patches of beautiful flowers struggling to bloom among overgrown weeds. Your first instinct might be to attack the weeds with aggressive force, ripping them out in frustration. But a wise gardener knows that such an approach often damages the delicate flowers nearby. Instead, the skillful gardener works patiently, creating conditions where flowers can flourish naturally, while weeds gradually lose their ability to dominate the space. This subtle yet powerful distinction is crucial in Buddhist practice. It's not about violent suppression of unwanted thoughts and emotions, which often backfires, leading to more internal conflict. Rather, it's about shifting the conditions of the mind, fostering wholesome states so thoroughly that unwholesome ones naturally recede due to lack of nourishment. The afflictions of the mind are like these weeds. They are natural phenomena that arise when certain conditions are present, but they need not define the landscape of your inner life. The main afflictions that the Buddha identified are greed, raga, hatred, dvesa, and delusion, moha, often referred to as the three poisons, along with their countless variations like jealousy, pride, worry, resentment, and fear. These mental states are not moral failures or signs of weakness. They are simply patterns of mental energy that every human being experiences. Understanding them clearly is the first step toward freedom. They are universal aspects of the human condition, products of our conditioned minds, not inherent defects of our being. By understanding their nature and how they operate, we gain the power to skillfully disengage from their grip. Greed, in its many forms, is the mind's tendency to grasp after experiences it finds pleasant. This might manifest as wanting more money, more recognition, more security, more pleasure, or simply more of whatever you do not currently have. The underlying belief behind greed is that happiness comes from acquiring and accumulating. But like drinking salt water when thirsty, the more you consume in search of satisfaction, the more desperately thirsty you become. The problem is not desire itself, which is a natural part of life. It's the clinging to desire, the belief that fulfilling desires will bring lasting contentment. This insatiable craving is the driving force behind much of our dissatisfaction. It's the endless pursuit of external validation, material possessions, or fleeting sensory experiences, always leaving us feeling a step behind true fulfillment. Consider how this plays out in modern life. You might think that getting a promotion will finally make you feel successful and secure. You strive, you work long hours, you make sacrifices. But once you receive the promotion, your mind quickly adjusts, and the feeling of satisfaction is short-lived. Soon, you begin wanting the next level of advancement or a different kind of recognition. Or you might believe that finding the perfect relationship will solve your loneliness, only to discover that even loving relationships bring their own challenges and uncertainties. This is not because promotions and relationships are bad, but because lasting happiness cannot be found in external circumstances that are constantly changing and inherently impermanent. Greed, in this context, is the mind's mistaken strategy for finding stable happiness in an unstable world, leading to a perpetual cycle of yearning and disappointment. Hatred, in its various forms, is the mind's tendency to push away experiences it finds unpleasant. This might appear as anger toward people who frustrate you, resentment about past hurts, anxiety about future possibilities, or even hatred toward yourself for not living up to your expectations. The underlying belief behind hatred is that happiness comes from eliminating everything you do not like. But life contains an endless supply of potentially unpleasant experiences, so this strategy leads to a constant state of inner warfare. Think about how much energy you spend fighting against things you cannot control. You might find yourself angry at traffic, frustrated with the weather, irritated by other people's behavior, or upset about political developments. Each of these reactions is like hitting your hand against a wall. The wall is not damaged, but your hand becomes sore. The Buddha observed that holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Hatred, in essence, is the mind's desperate attempt to control reality by resisting what it dislikes. But this resistance only amplifies suffering. Delusion is perhaps the most fundamental affliction underlying both greed and hatred. Delusion is not seeing things as they actually are. It includes believing that you are separate and isolated, that things are permanent when they are actually changing, that external circumstances control your happiness, and that you are limited by your past conditioning. Delusion is like wearing colored glasses that distort everything you see, making it impossible to navigate life skillfully. It's a deep-seated misapprehension of reality, a fundamental ignorance of the true nature of existence, impermanence, non-self-suffering, and emptiness. This lack of clear vision perpetuates the cycle of craving and aversion. The most pervasive delusion is the belief that you are fundamentally flawed or inadequate. This delusion manifests as the inner critic that constantly judges your appearance, your performance, your choices, and your worth. It tells you that you are not smart enough, not attractive enough, not successful enough, not spiritual enough. This critical voice seems to be trying to help you improve, but it actually undermines your confidence and natural creativity. It is like having a harsh gardener who criticizes every flower for not being perfect, creating conditions where nothing can bloom. This internal self-aggression, born of delusion, is one of the most insidious forms of suffering, preventing us from accessing our inherent goodness and peace. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy where believing you are inadequate leads to actions that confirm that belief. Understanding these afflictions intellectually is helpful, but the real transformation happens when you learn to work with them directly in your daily experience. The key insight is that you do not need to eliminate difficult mental states. You need to change your relationship to them. Instead of fighting against afflictions or being controlled by them, you can learn to observe them with the same gentle attention you might give to weather patterns. When anger arises, instead of immediately expressing it or suppressing it, you can pause and simply notice its presence. You might observe how anger feels in your body, perhaps as heat in your face, tension in your shoulders, or energy in your hands. You might notice the thoughts that accompany anger stories about how wrong the situation is, or how the other person should behave differently. By observing anger this way, you create space between yourself and the emotion. You are no longer anger, you are awareness observing anger. This space of awareness is like stepping back from a painting to see it more clearly. When you are too close to a painting, you can only see individual brushstrokes and colors losing perspective. When you step back, you can see the whole image and appreciate its composition. Similarly, when you are caught up in an afflictive emotion, you can only see the immediate situation that triggered it, feeling overwhelmed and reactive. When you step back into awareness, you can see the larger patterns and choose how to respond wisely. This conscious disengagement from the immediate emotional storm allows for a more comprehensive and skillful response, moving from automatic reaction to intentional action. It's the moment of conscious choice that unlocks freedom from the grip of mental habits. The practice of mindfulness, simply paying attention to your experience without immediately reacting, is like tending your inner garden with gentle, consistent care. You do not need to force anything to change. You simply need to notice what is present with kind awareness. This attention itself begins to transform your relationship to difficult mental states. They lose their power to control your behavior when you stop identifying with them completely. For example, instead of thinking, "I am anxious," you might notice anxiety is present. Instead of, "I am angry," you might observe anger is arising. This subtle shift in language reflects a profound shift in understanding. Emotions become experiences you are having rather than identities you are wearing. This creates the possibility of responding to situations from your deeper wisdom rather than from temporary emotional reactions. Another powerful approach to working with afflictions is understanding their underlying wisdom. Every difficult emotion contains important information about your needs and values. Anger often arises when something you care about is being threatened or disrespected. Instead of seeing anger as purely destructive, you can appreciate it as a signal that boundaries need to be established or that important values need to be protected. The wisdom of anger is fierce compassion, the willingness to stand up for what matters. The problem comes when anger takes control and acts without the guidance of wisdom. It's about harnessing the energy of the emotion and directing it skillfully rather than letting it run wild and cause harm. Similarly, fear often arises when you perceive potential danger or loss. The wisdom of fear is prudent caution, the ability to recognize genuine threats and take appropriate protective action. The problem comes when fear becomes so dominant that it prevents you from taking beneficial risks or living fully, leading to paralysis and missed opportunities. Even sadness contains wisdom. It reflects your capacity to love deeply and recognize the preciousness of what you have lost, allowing for authentic grieving and connection to your humanity. The problem comes when sadness becomes so overwhelming that it prevents you from opening to new possibilities for connection and joy. When you can appreciate the underlying wisdom in difficult emotions while not being controlled by their reactive energy, you begin to experience what Buddhists call the transformation of afflictions. This is not about getting rid of human emotions, but about allowing them to serve their natural function without creating unnecessary suffering. It is like learning to use fire skillfully, appreciating its capacity to provide warmth and cook food while being careful not to let it burn down your house. This transformation happens gradually through patient practice. Each time you pause instead of reacting immediately, each time you observe your emotions with kindness instead of judgment, each time you respond from wisdom, Instead of being controlled by temporary feelings, you are strengthening your capacity to live from your deepest nature. You are like a gardener who consistently tends the soil waters, the plants, and removes weeds with care. Over time, the garden naturally becomes more beautiful and productive. This consistent, gentle cultivation of the mind builds resilience and inner freedom, allowing your inherent positive qualities to flourish. One of the most helpful practices for working with afflictions is what Buddhists call loving kindness toward yourself, self-metta. When you notice difficult emotions arising, instead of criticizing yourself for having them, you can offer yourself the same compassion you would give to a good friend who was struggling. You might silently say, "This is a moment of suffering, and may I be kind to myself, and may I find peace." This approach does not indulge negative emotions, but it also does not fight against them. It creates a warm, accepting container in which natural healing can occur. It's about embracing your humanity, recognizing that difficult emotions are part of the shared human experience, and responding to your own pain with gentle care. This self-compassion is foundational for extending compassion to others, as you cannot genuinely offer what you do not first cultivate within yourself. It is also important to remember that working with mental afflictions is not about achieving a state where you never experience difficult emotions. Even the Buddha experienced physical pain, interpersonal challenges, and the full range of human feelings. The difference was that he did not add unnecessary mental suffering to unavoidable life experiences. He could feel sadness without believing he should not feel sad. He could experience frustration without creating stories about how terrible the situation was. He could face difficulties without losing his fundamental peace and compassion. This is the realistic goal of Buddhist practice, not to eliminate the human experience, but to live it with greater wisdom and less unnecessary suffering. You will still have preferences and disappointments, joys and sorrows, successes and failures, but you can learn to hold all of these experiences in the spacious awareness that is your true nature. You can be fully human while resting in the peace that transcends all particular circumstances. As you settle into sleep tonight, practice offering kindness to all aspects of your experience. If you notice worry about tomorrow, send that worry some gentle understanding. If you feel regret about today, offer that regret some compassion. If you experience frustration with yourself, surround that frustration with acceptance. You do not need to fix anything or change anything right now. You simply need to hold your whole experience with the tenderness you would show to a beloved child. Rest in this unconditional kindness as you drift into peaceful sleep. Allow yourself to release the grip of judgment and resistance, trusting that this gentle acceptance is the most powerful catalyst for inner transformation. The garden of your mind will gradually shift, not through forceful eradication, but through patient, compassionate cultivation. In a world that often demands that you choose sides, go to extremes, and commit fully to one approach or another, the Buddha discovered something revolutionary. He found that the path to lasting happiness and wisdom lies not at either extreme, but in the skillful balance between them. This discovery, known as the middle way Madhyamaka, offers a profoundly practical approach to living that can transform every aspect of your daily experience. It's a pragmatic philosophy that eschews rigid dogma and excessive asceticism or indulgence, advocating for a path of moderation and nuanced understanding that leads to genuine liberation. Picture a skilled musician tuning a stringed instrument. If the strings are too loose, they produce no clear sound, just dull, lifeless vibrations. The music is flat, devoid of energy and definition. If the strings are too tight, they create harsh, unpleasant tones and may even snap under the pressure. The tension is unbearable, making any harmonious sound impossible. But when the strings are tuned to just the right tension, neither too loose nor too tight, they produce beautiful, harmonious music. Your life is like this instrument, and the middle way teaches you how to find the perfect tuning. This analogy highlights the principle of optimal functionality, a balance that allows for maximum potential and minimal friction. It's about finding the sweet spot where effort meets ease, where discipline harmonizes with natural flow. The Buddha discovered this principle through his own life experience. As a young prince, Siddhartha Gautama lived in extreme luxury, surrounded by every pleasure and comfort imaginable. He had fine foods, beautiful clothes, entertainment, and protection from all of life's difficulties. Yet despite having everything most people dream of, he felt a deep dissatisfaction and a sense that something essential was missing. The pursuit of pleasure taken to its extreme did not lead to genuine fulfillment. It only led to an insatiable craving and a gnawing emptiness. This period of his life illustrated the pitfalls of hedonism, the relentless pursuit of sensory gratification, which paradoxically only perpetuates dissatisfaction by creating a constant need for more. When he left the palace to seek spiritual understanding, he went to the opposite extreme. He practiced severe asceticism, depriving his body of food and comfort, pushing himself through painful disciplines, believing that suffering would lead to enlightenment. He became so thin that when he touched his stomach, he could feel his backbone. Yet this extreme approach also failed to bring the understanding he sought. His mind became too weak and clouded by physical deprivation to perceive clearly. This experience revealed the limitations of extreme asceticism, the belief that liberation comes through self-mortification. While discipline is necessary, pushing the body and mind beyond their limits can lead to exhaustion, illness, and a mind too dulled by suffering to gain true insight. It was only when he abandoned both extremes and chose a middle path that breakthrough occurred. He began eating enough to maintain his health while not indulging excessively. He practiced diligently while also being gentle with himself. He remained committed to his spiritual development while not forcing or straining. In this balanced state, his mind became clear and receptive, and he achieved the profound understanding that transformed him into the Buddha. This crucial turning point, often symbolized by the bowl of milk rice offered to him by Sujata, demonstrates that genuine wisdom arises not from excess or deprivation, but from a balanced, wholesome cultivation of body and mind. It's about finding the optimal conditions for insight to emerge naturally. This principle of balance applies to every area of modern life. Consider your relationship with work. At one extreme, you might become a workaholic, believing that constant busyness and achievement will bring security and satisfaction. You sacrifice relationships, health, and simple pleasures in pursuit of professional success, often leading to burnout stress and a sense of disconnection. At the other extreme, you might avoid responsibility and challenge, believing that minimal effort will lead to happiness. You miss opportunities for growth and contribution, often feeling unfulfilled and anxious about the future due to lack of purpose or financial stability. Both extremes lead to suffering, albeit in different forms. The middle way approach to work involves finding the balance between engagement and detachment. You can work diligently and skillfully while not making your job the sole source of your identity and worth. You can strive for excellence while not being devastated by setbacks or failures, recognizing them as learning opportunities rather than personal indictments. You can be responsible and productive while also maintaining time for rest, relationships, and activities that nourish your soul. This balanced approach often leads to better work performance as it fosters creativity and sustainability, as well as greater overall life satisfaction. It's about finding meaning in your work without letting it consume your life, allowing for a holistic sense of well-being. The same principle applies to your relationship with money and material possessions. At one extreme lies greed and materialism, the belief that accumulating wealth and objects will bring lasting happiness. People caught in this extreme often sacrifice their health, relationships, and values in pursuit of financial gain. They may achieve material success, but find themselves feeling empty, anxious, and perpetually wanting more. At the other extreme lies the rejection of all material concerns, believing that poverty or complete detachment from worldly matters is inherently spiritual. This can lead to self-neglect, an inability to meet basic needs, or even a subtle form of spiritual pride. The middle way recognizes that money and possessions are tools that can support a meaningful life when used skillfully. You can work to meet your genuine needs and even enjoy some pleasures and comforts while not being driven by endless wanting. You can appreciate material blessings without becoming attached to them, understanding their impermanent nature. You can be generous and share your resources while also being responsible about your own security and future. This balanced approach brings freedom from both the anxiety of constant wanting and the stress of financial insecurity. It allows for a practical and ethical relationship with wealth, where it serves life rather than dominating it, fostering contentment and a sense of well-being. In relationships, the middle way offers guidance between the extremes of excessive attachment and complete detachment. At one extreme, you might become so dependent on others for happiness that you lose your own identity and autonomy. You might cling to relationships out of fear of loneliness and tolerating unhealthy situations rather than risk being alone. This leads to codependency and a lack of self-respect. At the other extreme, you might avoid deep connections, entirely believing that independence requires isolation. You miss the profound joy, growth, and support that come from intimate human connection, leading to loneliness and emotional stagnation. The middle way in relationships involves learning to love deeply while maintaining your individual wholeness. You can care profoundly about others without making their happiness your sole responsibility. You can enjoy closeness and intimacy while respecting both your own and others' need for space and autonomy. You can commit to relationships while also being prepared to let go gracefully if circumstances change, understanding the impermanence of all things. This approach creates relationships that are both passionate and peaceful, connected and free, built on mutual respect and healthy boundaries, rather than desperate clinging or fear of vulnerability. It's about cultivating interdependence rather than dependence or rigid independence. The middle way also applies to how you relate to your own emotions and thoughts. At one extreme, you might suppress all difficult feelings, believing that spiritual or mature people should always be calm and positive. You push down anger, sadness, fear, and frustration, creating inner tension and cutting yourself off from important information about your needs and values, leading to emotional repression and eventual outbursts. At the other extreme, you might indulge every emotion, fully believing that expressing all feelings is healthy and authentic. You become controlled by temporary emotional states, often hurting yourself and others through unwise reactions, leading to impulsivity and emotional volatility. The middle way with emotions involves feeling them fully while not being controlled by them. You can acknowledge anger without acting destructively. You can experience sadness without becoming lost in despair. You can feel fear without being paralyzed by it. You learn to be present with your emotional experience while maintaining the wisdom to respond rather than simply react. This emotional balance brings both authenticity and skillfulness to your interactions. It's about developing emotional intelligence, allowing feelings to flow through you without clinging to them or being swept away by them, maintaining a stable center amidst inner turbulence. Even in spiritual practice, the middle way provides essential guidance. At one extreme, you might become obsessive about meditation study and spiritual disciplines, believing that more is always better. You create stress and pressure around practices that are meant to bring peace, turning them into another form of striving. At the other extreme, you might practice sporadically or not at all, believing that enlightenment should happen effortlessly without consistent effort. You miss the benefits that come from patient, sustained practice, remaining stuck in inertia. The middle way in spiritual practice involves what the Buddha called right effort samavayama, consistent but not forced, dedicated but not obsessive. You can maintain regular practices while adapting to changing life circumstances, recognizing that life has its ebbs and flows. You can be sincere about your spiritual development while maintaining a sense of humor and lightness, avoiding spiritual materialism. You can seek transformation while accepting yourself as you are right now. This balanced approach allows spiritual practice to become a natural, sustainable part of life, rather than another source of pressure or self-judgment, integrating it seamlessly into your daily existence. One of the most practical applications of the middle way is in how you approach goals and ambitions. At one extreme, you might become so driven by achievement that you lose touch with joy in the present moment. Every experience becomes evaluated in terms of whether it brings you closer to your goals. You sacrifice relationships, health, and simple pleasures for future rewards that may never feel satisfying once attained, leading to a perpetual state of dissatisfaction. At the other extreme, you might avoid setting goals entirely, believing that ambition is inherently selfish or that planning interferes with living in the present. This can lead to a lack of direction, unfulfilled potential, and a sense of drifting. The middle way allows you to hold intentions and work toward objectives while remaining flexible and present. You can plan for the future while finding contentment in current circumstances. You can strive for improvement while appreciating what you already have. You can pursue dreams while being prepared to adapt when reality presents different opportunities. This approach brings both effectiveness and peace to your endeavors. It's about skillful means upaya in action, recognizing that the journey is as important as the destination and that true success encompasses both external accomplishment and internal well-being. The middle way is not about compromise or settling for mediocrity. It is about finding the optimal point of balance that allows for maximum effectiveness and minimum suffering. Like a tightrope walker who maintains perfect balance through constant micro-adjustments, living the middle way requires ongoing awareness and gentle corrections. You notice when you are veering too far toward one extreme or another and compassionately guide yourself back to center. This practice begins with developing sensitivity to your own rhythms and needs. Some days, you may need more solitude, other days, more social connection. Some periods of life call for intense focus and effort, others for rest and reflection. Some situations require firm boundaries, others benefit from flexibility and accommodation. The middle way teaches you to respond to these varying conditions with wisdom rather than rigidly applying the same approach to every situation. It's about dynamic equilibrium, not static rigidity. Consider how this applies to something as simple as eating. At one extreme, you might become obsessive about food, rigidly controlling every bite according to strict rules about what is healthy or spiritual. Food becomes a source of anxiety rather than nourishment and pleasure, leading to eating disorders or an unhealthy preoccupation. At the other extreme, you might eat without any awareness, consuming whatever you crave whenever you want it. This can lead to health problems, a disconnection from your body's actual needs, and feelings of guilt or regret. The middle way with food involves eating with awareness and moderation. You can enjoy delicious meals while paying attention to your body's signals of hunger and fullness. You can make healthy choices most of the time while occasionally indulging in treats without guilt or self-criticism. You can appreciate food as both fuel for your body and one of life's pleasures. This balanced approach brings both physical health and psychological freedom around eating, transforming a basic necessity into a mindful and joyful experience. It's about listening to your body's wisdom and making choices that support overall well-being rather than being driven by rigid rules or impulsive desires. The middle way also offers profound guidance for dealing with difficult people and situations. At one extreme, you might become aggressive and confrontational, believing that force is the only way to create change. This approach often escalates conflicts and damages relationships, creating more suffering for all involved. At the other extreme, you might become completely passive, avoiding all conflict, even when important boundaries need to be maintained. This can lead to resentment, enable harmful behavior to continue, and erode your self-respect. The middle way teaches what Buddhists call compassionate firmness. You can set clear boundaries while remaining kind in your communication. You can stand up for your values while not attacking others for having different perspectives. You can address problems directly while maintaining respect for everyone's humanity. This approach often leads to better outcomes and preserves relationships even during difficult conversations, fostering resolution rather than perpetual conflict. It's about embodying wisdom and compassion in your interactions, asserting yourself without aggression, and seeking understanding even in disagreement. Perhaps most importantly, the middle way teaches you how to hold apparent contradictions with grace. Life is full of paradoxes that cannot be resolved through logical thinking alone. You can be completely committed to your spiritual growth while fully accepting yourself as you are. You can work diligently for positive change while maintaining equanimity about outcomes. You can love deeply while remaining unattached to specific results. The middle way shows you how to embrace these paradoxes rather than being frustrated by them. This capacity to hold both sides of a seemingly contradictory truth simultaneously is a mark of profound wisdom and flexibility. It allows for a richness of experience that rigid dualistic thinking cannot provide. This capacity to hold paradox extends to how you understand the Buddha's teachings themselves. The middle way warns against taking any spiritual concept to an extreme, even concepts like detachment or compassion. Detachment taken too far becomes cold indifference. Compassion taken too far becomes enabling codependence. Even the middle way itself should not become a rigid doctrine, but rather a flexible principle that adapts to the unique circumstances of each moment. This meta-awareness ensures that the middle way remains a living dynamic path, constantly refined by experience and insight rather than a static set of rules. It embodies the spirit of inquiry and continuous learning. Learning to live the middle way is like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, you might overcorrect swinging from one side to the other as you try to find your balance. You might stumble and fall feeling awkward and clumsy. But with practice, the corrections become smaller and more natural. Eventually, maintaining balance becomes so automatic that you can focus on where you are going rather than on the mechanics of staying upright. Similarly, as you develop skill in the middle way, finding balance becomes a natural expression of wisdom rather than an effortful practice. It's a process of embodied learning where the principles become integrated into your very being, allowing for effortless grace in action. The middle way also teaches patience with your own learning process. You will sometimes go too far in one direction or another. You will occasionally react with too much intensity or not enough responsiveness. Rather than judging these experiences as failures, you can appreciate them as valuable feedback that helps you calibrate your responses more skillfully in the future. Every mistake becomes a teacher pointing you toward greater balance and deeper understanding. This non-judgmental approach to self-improvement fosters resilience and a continuous growth mindset, transforming setbacks into stepping stones. One of the most beautiful aspects of the middle way is how it naturally increases your compassion for others. When you understand how challenging it is to find balance in your own life, you become more patient with others who are struggling with the same challenge. You recognize that most difficult behavior comes from people being caught in extremes, either too rigid or too loose, too attached, or too detached, too aggressive, or too passive. Instead of judging them, you can offer understanding and perhaps model a more balanced approach. This empathy arises from shared humanity, recognizing that everyone is navigating their own internal landscapes and external pressures. It fosters a more tolerant and supportive environment for all. The middle way ultimately teaches you that wisdom is not about having the right answers, but about asking the right questions. Instead of, "What should I do?" You learn to ask, what does this situation need right now? Instead of, what is the correct approach? You ask, how can I respond with both kindness and clarity? Instead of, how can I avoid suffering? You ask, how can I work skillfully with whatever arises? These questions naturally lead you toward balanced, compassionate responses. They shift the focus from rigid prescriptive thinking to dynamic present moment awareness, allowing for wisdom to emerge organically in response to life's unique demands. It's a living inquiry that guides you to skillful action and inner peace. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider the areas of your life where you might be stuck in extremes. Are there places where you are pushing too hard or not engaging enough? Are there relationships where you are either clinging too tightly or holding too much distance? Are there aspects of yourself that you are either suppressing or indulging without awareness? Hold these questions gently without needing to solve everything immediately. Simply bringing awareness to imbalances is the first step toward finding your natural center. Rest in the understanding that balance is not a destination you reach once and maintain forever. It is a dynamic process of continual adjustment, like a dance that responds to the changing music of life. Trust in your innate wisdom to find the appropriate response to each situation. Sleep peacefully in the knowledge that you do not need to have everything figured out. You simply need to stay present and responsive to what each moment asks of you. Throughout history, the deepest truths have often been shared not through abstract philosophy, but through simple stories that speak directly to the heart. The Buddha was a masterful storyteller, using parables and metaphors to illuminate the most profound aspects of human existence. Tonight, we will journey through some of these timeless tales, allowing their wisdom to settle into your consciousness like seeds that will bloom in their own time. These stories bypass the intellectual defenses of the mind, reaching directly into our intuitive understanding, making complex philosophical concepts accessible and memorable. They invite us to reflect on our own lives and find echoes of these ancient truths in our personal experiences. There once was a man traveling alone on a dangerous road. As he walked, he heard the thundering hooves of horses behind him and turned to see bandits in pursuit. Fearing for his life, he ran until he reached the edge of a deep precipice. Below, he could see a terrible drop that would certainly mean death if he fell. But hanging over the edge was a vine that offered his only chance of escape. Without hesitation, the man grabbed the vine and began lowering himself down the cliff face. But as he hung there, suspended between the bandits above and the deadly fall below, he noticed something that filled him with new terror. At the bottom of the precipice, a massive dragon waited with its mouth open, flames flickering from its jaws. The man realized he was trapped. He could not climb back up to face the bandits, and he could not drop down into the dragon's waiting mouth. As he clung to the vine in desperation, he noticed two mice, one black and one white, gnawing steadily at the vine just above his hands. With each passing moment, the vine grew thinner and weaker. Soon it would snap, sending him plummeting to his doom. Yet in this moment of absolute terror, the man noticed something extraordinary. On a branch near his face, wild honey was dripping from a beehive. Despite his desperate situation, he found himself captivated by the sweetness of the honey and reached out to taste it. This story, beloved by Buddhist teachers for centuries, contains the entire human condition in its simple narrative. The traveling man represents each of us journeying through life on our own. The pursuing bandits symbolize old age, illness, and death, the inevitable pursuers that drive us forward through our days. They are the undeniable forces that remind us of life's impermanence, urging us to make the most of our limited time. The precipice represents the dangerous edge of existence, where we often find ourselves caught between competing fears and desires the precariousness of our existence. The vine is our fragile hold on life itself, always temporary, always uncertain, subject to myriad conditions. The black and white mice represent day and night, continuously gnawing away at our remaining time. Each sunset brings us closer to our final moment. Each sunrise reminds us that our days are numbered. They illustrate the relentless passage of time, unnoticed in our daily struggles, yet constantly eroding our lifespan. The dragon below represents the fear of death that waits for all of us, no matter how cleverly we try to avoid it. The ultimate unknown lurking beneath our every effort to cling to life. But the honey, the honey represents something beautiful and profound. Even in the most precarious circumstances, life offers moments of sweetness and wonder. The man's ability to taste the honey while facing death shows us something essential about human consciousness. We have the remarkable capacity to find beauty, meaning, and even joy in the midst of life's most challenging circumstances. This is not denial or foolishness. It is perhaps the most sophisticated response possible to the reality of existence. This story teaches us that waiting for perfect security before we allow ourselves to enjoy life is a recipe for missing life entirely. The man could have spent his final moments in pure terror, fixated only on his dangers. Instead, he found a way to appreciate the sweetness available in that very moment. This does not mean ignoring real challenges or being recklessly optimistic. It means developing the wisdom to hold both the difficulties and the gifts of life, simultaneously embracing the full spectrum of human experience. It's an invitation to cultivate present moment awareness and find joy amidst inevitable suffering. Another powerful story tells of a woman whose only child died suddenly. Overwhelmed by grief, she carried the child's body through her village, begging everyone she met to give her medicine that would bring her child back to life. People looked at her with pity, but no one could help. Her sorrow was so profound, it blinded her to the universal nature of her pain, isolating her in her unique suffering. Finally, someone directed her to seek out the Buddha, who was known for his healing wisdom. When the grieving mother found the Buddha and made her desperate request, he looked at her with infinite compassion. "I can help you," he said gently, "but first, you must bring me a single mustard seed from a household that has never known death." Filled with hope, the woman immediately began searching. She went from house to house throughout the village, explaining her quest and asking for a mustard seed. At the first house, the family was willing to give her mustard seeds, but when she asked if anyone in the household had ever died, they told her about a grandfather who had passed away the previous year. At the second house, they spoke of a daughter who had died in childhood. At the third, a father who had been lost to illness. House after house, the story was the same. Every family had experienced the death of someone they loved. This journey was not about finding a magical cure, but about direct experience and realization. Each encounter, though initially disappointing in her search for the seed, slowly chipped away at her sense of unique misfortune, replacing it with a profound understanding of shared humanity. As the day wore on, the woman's understanding began to shift. She realized that her suffering, while intensely personal, was also universal. Death was not a cruel exception that had singled out her family. It was part of the natural cycle that every living being must face. This recognition did not eliminate her grief, but it transformed her relationship to it. She was no longer alone in her suffering. She was part of the vast community of beings who had loved deeply and experienced loss. When she returned to the Buddha at the end of the day, she carried no mustard seed. But she carried something far more valuable, the understanding that her pain connected her to all of humanity rather than separating her from it. The Buddha received her with the same gentle compassion and helped her see that this understanding was the beginning of healing, not the cure she had sought, but the wisdom she actually needed. This story reveals one of the most important truths about suffering, that it becomes more bearable when we recognize its universal nature. When we believe our pain is unique or unfair, we add the suffering of isolation to the unavoidable suffering of loss. This self-pity and sense of being singled out only deepens the anguish. When we understand that pain is part of the shared human experience, we can draw strength from the countless others who have walked this path before us. Our individual suffering becomes a doorway to compassion for all beings, transforming personal grief into a profound empathy that connects us to the wider world. It teaches us that solidarity in suffering can be a powerful source of healing and resilience. There is another story about a king who commissioned his wisest advisors to create a ring that would make him happy when he was sad and humble when he became too proud. After much deliberation, the advisors returned with a simple gold band inscribed with 4 words, "This too shall pass." When the king wore the ring and read these words during times of despair, he remembered that his current troubles were temporary, preventing him from sinking into absolute hopelessness. When he read them during times of triumph, he remembered that his successes were also impermanent, keeping him grounded and free from arrogance. The ring became his most treasured possession because it contained the wisdom to navigate all of life's changes. This simple phrase, "This too shall pass," captures one of Buddhism's most fundamental insights. Everything in life is temporary, Anicca. Your current problems will change. Your present joys will evolve. Your circumstances will shift. This understanding brings comfort during difficult times and prevents attachment during pleasant ones. It teaches you to hold all experiences, lightly appreciating them without clinging to them. When facing a challenging period, the situation can feel permanent and overwhelming. But remembering that this too shall pass helps you maintain perspective and hope. The difficulty is real, but it is not your permanent condition. Similarly, during times of happiness and success, this understanding helps you enjoy your good fortune without the anxiety of trying to make it last forever, allowing for a deeper, more unconditional joy. Another beloved tale speaks of a man who inherited a wild horse. His neighbors congratulated him on his good fortune. "How wonderful," they said. But the man simply replied, "We shall see." A few days later, the horse ran away, and the neighbors offered their condolences. "How terrible," they exclaimed. Again the man said only, "We shall see." The next week, the horse returned, bringing with it a herd of wild horses. The neighbors were amazed at this sudden wealth. "How fortunate you are," they marveled. "We shall see," the man repeated. Soon after, while trying to tame one of the wild horses, the man's son fell and broke his leg. "What bad luck," the neighbors lamented. "We shall see," came the familiar response. A few months later, a war broke out, and all the young men in the village were conscripted into the army. The man's son, still recovering from his broken leg, was unable to serve and remained safely at home. The neighbors, now understanding the man's wisdom, no longer rushed to judge each event as purely good or bad. They had learned that life's circumstances are far more interconnected and complex than they appear on the surface. This story teaches us about the futility of making absolute judgments about life events. What appears to be a disaster often contains hidden blessings, while apparent good fortune may lead to unexpected challenges. The wise person learns to hold all circumstances with equanimity, upekkha, neither getting too excited about apparent successes nor too discouraged by apparent failures. This does not mean becoming indifferent, but rather developing the perspective to see beyond immediate appearances, recognizing the ever-shifting nature of cause and effect. It's an invitation to cultivate a mind that is stable and balanced, capable of navigating life's ups and downs without being swept away by emotional reactions. This parable illustrates the concept of dependent origination in a deeply practical way, showing how seemingly isolated events are part of a larger, unpredictable tapestry of conditions. These stories work their magic not through logical argument, but through touching something deeper in your consciousness. They bypass the analytical mind and speak directly to your intuitive wisdom. As you reflect on them, you may find insights arising that you cannot fully explain, but that feel profoundly true. This is the power of wisdom teachings. They awaken understanding that was already present within you, waiting to be recognized. They are designed to resonate with an inner knowing, sparking a realization that transcends intellectual grasping. They are not to be merely heard, but to be deeply absorbed and contemplated, allowing their essence to permeate your being and transform your perspective from the inside out. Tonight, as you settle into rest, allow these stories to continue working in your consciousness. Let their wisdom permeate your dreams and emerge in your daily life when you need guidance. Remember that you too are living a story, a unique and precious tale of awakening and growth. Trust that your story, with all its challenges and blessings, is unfolding exactly as it needs to for your highest learning and development. Rest peacefully in the knowledge that you are both the author and the hero of your own journey toward wisdom. Allow the timeless narratives of Buddhist tradition to become a part of your own living wisdom, guiding you through the complexities of your personal narrative with greater clarity, compassion, and peace. In the deepest silence of your being, beneath all the noise of daily thoughts and concerns, there exists a place of perfect stillness. This place has been with you since before you learned language, before you formed an identity, before you began the complex dance of being human. The Buddha called this your original mind, Citta pure, spacious, and naturally at peace. Tonight we will explore this fundamental aspect of your nature and learn how to return to it as easily as coming home. This isn't a state to be achieved or built, but rather a fundamental reality to be recognized. It is the unconditioned ground of all experience, always present, always untainted, irrespective of the transient contents that appear within it. Imagine a clear mountain lake on a perfectly still day. The water is so transparent that you can see straight to the bottom, and so motionless that it reflects the sky like a perfect mirror. Now picture what happens when a strong wind begins to blow. The surface becomes choppy with waves. The clarity is disturbed by movement, and the perfect reflection is broken into countless fragments. But here is the important point. The essential nature of the water has not changed. It is still the same pure, clear water. When the wind dies down, the lake naturally returns to its original stillness and clarity. Your mind is like this mountain lake. Your original nature is pure awareness, clear, peaceful, and naturally reflective of truth. The winds that disturb this clarity are your thoughts, emotions, worries, and the endless mental commentary that fills most of your waking hours. But just like the lake, these disturbances do not change your essential nature. No matter how agitated your mind becomes, the pure awareness beneath remains untouched. And just like the lake, when the mental winds calm down, your natural clarity spontaneously returns. This understanding brings tremendous relief to anyone who has struggled with difficult thoughts or emotions. You may have believed that anxiety, depression, anger, or confusion were permanent features of who you are. You might have seen them as evidence of a fundamental flaw or inherent brokenness. But from the perspective of pure mind teaching, these are temporary weather patterns moving through the sky of your consciousness. They are real and sometimes challenging, creating distress and discomfort, but they are not your identity. They are phenomena that arise, abide, and pass away. Beneath all psychological turbulence lies your unchanging essence, aware, peaceful, and whole. This is the ground of being the silent witness that remains undisturbed by the ever-shifting contents of experience. Recognizing this distinction empowers you to experience difficult emotions without being consumed by them, knowing they are transient visitors, not permanent residents. The Buddha used another beautiful metaphor to illustrate this truth. He compared the pure mind to the sky itself. Clouds of all shapes and sizes move through the sky, dark storm clouds, light fluffy clouds, massive thunderheads, and wispy high cirrus formations. Some clouds bring rain, others bring snow. Still others pass by without dropping any moisture at all. But the sky itself is never stained or damaged by any weather that moves through it. After the most violent thunderstorm, the sky emerges as clear and blue as ever. Your thoughts and emotions are like these clouds. Some are dark and heavy, bringing storms of anger or sadness. Others are light and pleasant, bringing gentle rain of joy or contentment. But the awareness in which all these mental events appear is like the sky, vast, unchanging, and untouched by whatever passes through it. Learning to identify with this sky-like awareness rather than with the temporary clouds of thought and emotion is one of the most liberating discoveries you can make. This shift in identification changes everything about how you experience life. Instead of thinking, "I am angry," you begin to notice anger is arising in awareness. Instead of, "I am anxious," you observe anxiety is moving through like a cloud. Instead of, "I am confused," you recognize confusion is present, but the awareness observing it remains clear. This is not just playing with words. It reflects a fundamental shift in understanding about what you really are. Most people spend their lives completely identified with the contents of their consciousness rather than with consciousness itself. They think they are their thoughts, their emotions, their memories, their roles, their achievements, and their problems. But all of these are objects appearing in awareness. You are the awareness in which they appear. Recognizing this distinction is like waking up from a dream in which you thought you were one of the characters, only to realize you were actually the dreamer. It's a profound reorientation of identity from the ever-changing to the unchanging, from the limited to the boundless. This awakening to your nature as pure awareness has immediate practical benefits. When you are no longer completely identified with your thoughts, they lose much of their power to disturb you. You can observe anxious thoughts without becoming anxious. You can notice angry thoughts without being controlled by anger. You can watch sad thoughts without drowning in sadness. The thoughts are still there, sometimes intense, sometimes fleeting, but you are no longer trapped inside them. This does not mean becoming emotionally numb or disconnected from your human experience. Rather, it means experiencing your emotions from a place of spacious awareness rather than tight identification. You can feel deeply while also maintaining perspective. You can care passionately while also holding things lightly. You can engage fully with life while resting in the peace that underlies all experience. This enables a more skillful and less reactive engagement with the full spectrum of human emotions, allowing for true emotional freedom. The practice of returning to pure mind begins with simple recognition. Right now, as you listen to these words, notice that you are aware. You are aware of the sounds, aware of any thoughts that arise, aware of sensations in your body. This awareness itself, not what it is aware of, but the knowing quality itself, is the most direct pointer to your pure mind. It requires no special training to access no particular beliefs to adopt. It is as close to you as your own breath and as immediate and undeniable as your own existence. This ever-present luminous quality of knowing is the fundamental ground of your being, always accessible, always untainted. It is the silent, receptive space in which all phenomena arise and dissolve. Throughout your day, you can practice returning attention to this aware presence. When you notice that you have become caught up in worry, gently shift your attention from the content of the worry to the awareness that knows the worry is present. Instead of engaging with the narrative of the worry, simply rest in the knowing that it's there. When you find yourself lost in planning or remembering, softly return to the present moment, awareness that is always here, anchoring yourself in the now. When emotions feel overwhelming, rest attention in the spacious awareness that remains calm even when strong feelings are moving through it. This practice is like learning to relax into your natural state rather than constantly swimming upstream against the current of life. Most people exhaust themselves by trying to control their thoughts, fight their emotions, and manage their experience through mental effort. But Pure Mind teaching suggests a different approach. Simply rest in what you already are. Stop trying to fix, change, or improve your consciousness, and instead recognize its inherent perfection. This recognition often happens in moments of natural stillness. Perhaps when you are sitting quietly in nature, absorbed in the gentle sounds and sights, or in the peaceful moment just before sleep when the mind begins to quiet. It can also arise in the soft silence after meditation when the mental chatter has subsided. Suddenly, without any effort, you find yourself resting in a space of perfect calm and clarity. In these moments, you are not thinking about peace, you are simply being peace. You are not trying to be aware, you are simply resting as awareness itself. These glimpses of pure mind are not fleeting experiences to be chased, but revelations of your unchanging essence, offering a profound sense of homecoming and deep tranquility. They demonstrate that the peace you seek is not outside you, but is the very ground of your being. The Buddha taught that this pure mind is not something you need to create or achieve. It is your natural condition, always present, simply waiting to be recognized. It is like the sun, which is always shining, even when clouds temporarily obscure it from view. Your job is not to make the sun shine. Your job is simply to notice when the clouds part and the sun's radiance becomes visible. This understanding brings a profound relaxation to spiritual practice. Instead of striving to become enlightened, you learn to recognize the enlightened awareness that is already present. Instead of trying to achieve special states of consciousness, you discover the extraordinary nature of ordinary awareness. Instead of seeking to transcend your humanity, you find the divine essence that has always been the core of your human experience. This shifts the emphasis from arduous effort to effortless realization, from doing to being. The pure mind is also naturally compassionate. When you rest in awareness itself, rather than being caught up in the drama of personal thoughts and emotions, love naturally flows. This is not love as an emotion that comes and goes, but love as the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. It is the love that exists between parent and child before any words are spoken. The love that connects you to nature when you simply sit quietly among trees. The love that arises spontaneously when you see another being suffering. From this perspective, cultivating compassion is not about forcing yourself to feel loving toward difficult people. It is about removing the barriers that obscure your naturally loving nature. These barriers are usually thoughts, judgments about others, stories about yourself, beliefs about how life should be different. When these mental constructions relax, love is simply what remains. It is the inherent openness and benevolence of an unfettered mind extending unconditionally to all. This pure mind is also naturally wise. The wisdom that flows from this source is not intellectual knowledge gained through study, but direct insight that arises spontaneously when the mind is clear. You have probably experienced this kind of wisdom in moments when you suddenly knew exactly what to do in a difficult situation, even though you could not explain how you knew. This knowing came not from thinking, but from the deeper intelligence that is your essential nature. It's an intuitive understanding, a profound clarity that cuts through confusion and offers clear direction. As you develop familiarity with resting in pure mind, you begin to notice that most of your suffering comes from getting caught up in mental elaborations rather than from your actual present moment experience. For example, if you are facing a challenge at work, the actual situation may require practical attention and skillful action. But the mental story you create about the situation, worrying about what it means about your competence, imagining worst-case scenarios, comparing yourself to others, creates additional suffering that does not help solve the problem. When you rest in pure awareness, You can respond to life's challenges from clarity rather than reactivity. You can address practical problems without getting lost in emotional drama. You can make decisions from wisdom rather than from fear or desire. You can communicate with others from authenticity rather than from defensive patterns. This does not mean becoming cold or detached. It means becoming more genuinely present and effective, acting from a place of calm discernment rather than emotional compulsion. The practice of returning to pure mind is especially powerful at night as you prepare for sleep. During the day, your awareness becomes focused on external tasks and internal concerns. But as you settle into rest, you can allow this focused attention to relax back into its natural spaciousness. You can let go of the day's activities and rest in the aware presence that has been with you through every experience. This is not something you need to do perfectly or achieve as a special state. Simply allowing your attention to soften and become less directed naturally reveals the spacious awareness that is always present. It is like releasing a tight fist and allowing your hand to return to its natural openness. No effort is required, only the willingness to stop efforting. This gentle letting go is the essence of relaxing into your true nature. As you rest in this natural awareness, you may notice that the boundary between sleeping and waking becomes less important. The awareness that knows your waking experience is the same awareness that knows your dreams. Deep, dreamless sleep occurs in this same awareness. From this perspective, you never actually lose consciousness. You simply experience different contents within the same fundamental awareness. This understanding can transform your relationship to sleep itself. Instead of seeing sleep as unconsciousness or lost time, you can appreciate it as a return to your most fundamental nature. In deep sleep, when all mental activity subsides, only pure awareness remains. This is why you often wake up feeling refreshed and renewed. You have been resting in your essential nature all night, drawing from its boundless well of peace and clarity. Tonight, as you allow yourself to drift towards sleep, experiment with resting in this pure awareness. Do not try to create or maintain any particular state. Simply allow your attention to relax from its focus on specific thoughts and concerns and rest in the open awareness that naturally remains. Let this awareness be like a vast, welcoming space in which all experience can arise and pass away without disturbance. If thoughts arise, let them be like clouds passing through the sky of awareness. If emotions surface, allow them to move through like weather patterns. If your body feels restless or uncomfortable, let these sensations be temporary visitors in the spacious awareness that you are. You do not need to push anything away or hold on to anything. Simply rest in the natural openness of your being. As sleep approaches, you may find that the distinction between awareness and what awareness knows begins to dissolve. This is a natural settling into your pure mind, not as something separate from experience, but as the very essence of all experience. Let yourself dissolve into this fundamental nature with complete trust and relaxation. Sleep becomes not an escape from awareness, but a return to awareness in its most essential form, a profound surrender to the limitless peace of your original mind. At the very center of Buddhist wisdom lies a truth so simple that it can be understood by a child, yet so profound that it encompasses the deepest mysteries of existence. This truth is that love, not romantic love or sentimental affection, but the fundamental capacity for compassion, karuna, is both the path to liberation and liberation itself. As our journey together draws toward its peaceful conclusion, let us explore how opening your heart completely can free you from every form of suffering. This profound emphasis on compassion isn't just an ethical guideline. It's a direct means to inner freedom, dissolving the boundaries of self and other that fuel much of our pain. In a world that often seems harsh and competitive, the Buddhist teaching about compassion might sound naive or impractical. How can love solve real problems? How can kindness address genuine injustice? How can compassion protect you from those who might take advantage of your openness? These are important questions that deserve thoughtful answers. The compassion that Buddhism teaches is not weakness disguised as virtue. It is perhaps the strongest and most intelligent force in the universe. True compassion begins with a clear-eyed recognition of suffering, both your own and that of others. It does not pretend that everything is fine when it is not. It does not avoid difficult realities or uncomfortable truths. Instead, it looks directly at pain and difficulty with a heart willing to understand and respond skillfully. This kind of compassion is like a doctor who must accurately diagnose a disease before providing effective treatment. It is a clear-sighted active engagement with reality, not a passive acceptance. It is a powerful force that drives wise action for the benefit of all. The Buddha taught that all beings want the same fundamental things. Everyone wants to be happy and free from suffering. Everyone wants to feel safe and loved. Everyone wants their life to have meaning and purpose. When you truly understand this, it becomes impossible to see others as fundamentally different from yourself. The person who cuts you off in traffic, the colleague who takes credit for your work, the family member who disappoints you repeatedly, all are struggling with their own pain and seeking happiness in the only ways they know how, however unskillful those ways may be. This recognition does not excuse harmful behavior or make boundaries unnecessary. Understanding why someone acts destructively does not mean you should allow them to harm you or others, but it does mean that you can respond to difficult people and situations from wisdom and strength rather than from fear and reactivity. You can protect yourself and others while maintaining your heart's openness. You can address problems directly while still holding compassion for everyone involved. This is the essence of wise compassion, acting with clarity and firmness while maintaining a benevolent intention. Consider how this works in practice. When someone speaks to you rudely, your immediate reaction might be anger and the desire to respond defensively. This is the conditioned, automatic response of the ego feeling threatened. But if you pause and remember that their rudeness likely comes from their own stress, pain, or insecurity, a different response becomes possible. You might still need to address their behavior clearly, but you can do so without adding fuel to the fire of conflict. You might say something like, "I can see you're upset, and I want to understand what's wrong, but I need you to speak to me respectfully." This compassionate approach often diffuses tension more effectively than defensive reactions. When people feel understood rather than attacked, they are more likely to calm down and engage constructively. When you respond to aggression with firm but kind boundaries, you model a better way of handling conflict. This does not always work immediately, But over time, your consistent compassion can transform relationships and situations in ways that seemed impossible, fostering genuine connection and mutual respect. The practice of compassion begins with yourself. Most people carry around a harsh inner critic that constantly judges and berates them for their mistakes, limitations, and imperfections. This internal voice tells you that you are not good enough, smart enough, successful enough, or worthy enough. It believes that criticism and shame will motivate you to improve. But actually, they usually create the opposite effect. Shame and self-hatred drain your energy and undermine your confidence, making positive change more difficult and reinforcing cycles of self-sabotage. Learning to treat yourself with the same kindness you would show to a good friend going through difficulties is revolutionary. When you make a mistake, instead of harsh self-judgment, you can offer yourself understanding and encouragement. When you are struggling with challenges, instead of criticism, you can provide yourself with the support and compassion you need. This is not self-indulgence or making excuses. It is creating the emotional conditions in which genuine growth and healing can occur. Self-compassion is the foundation upon which all other forms of compassion are built. There is a beautiful practice called loving kindness meditation, metta bhavana, that can help develop this self-compassion. You begin by bringing yourself to mind with genuine care and silently offering yourself wishes for well-being. You might say, "May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be at peace, may I be free from suffering." As you repeat these phrases, you allow the intention behind the words to resonate in your heart. You are not trying to force any particular feeling, but simply cultivating a genuine wish for your own happiness and freedom. This practice gently softens the inner critic and builds a benevolent relationship with yourself. From this foundation of self-compassion, you can gradually extend the same loving wishes to others. You might bring to mind someone you care about and offer them the same intentions. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. Then you can include neutral people, acquaintances, strangers, people you neither like nor dislike, recognizing their shared humanity. Eventually, you can even include difficult people in your circle of compassion. This does not mean approving of harmful behavior, but recognizing that even difficult people deserve happiness and freedom from the pain that drives their unskillful actions. It's about seeing beyond the actions to the suffering that underlies them. As you practice this expansion of compassion, something remarkable happens. The boundaries between self and other begin to soften. You start to experience what the Buddha called the compassionate heart, a love that is not limited by personal preferences or judgments. This love arises naturally when you truly understand the interconnected nature of all life. When you realize that your well-being and others' well-being are intimately connected, caring for others becomes as natural as caring for yourself. This universal compassion is not an emotional state that you try to maintain. It is more like a shift in perspective, a new way of seeing that recognizes the basic goodness and potential for awakening in every being. From this perspective, helping others is not a duty or sacrifice, but a natural expression of understanding. Just as your right hand naturally helps your left hand when it is injured, when you truly understand your connection to all life, compassionate action flows effortlessly. It is not an act of will, but a spontaneous response from a heart that sees its own reflection in others. This boundless empathy transforms every interaction into an opportunity for connection and skillful engagement born from a profound sense of shared existence. This does not mean becoming passive or allowing others to take advantage of your kindness. Compassionate action sometimes requires saying no, setting boundaries, or even confronting harmful behavior directly. But these actions arise from love rather than anger, from wisdom rather than fear. They aim to reduce suffering for everyone involved rather than simply protecting your own interests. This kind of compassionate strength is more effective than reactive responses because it comes from a place of clarity and genuine care. It is a powerful, discerning love that is capable of protecting, guiding, and transforming without resorting to aggression or resentment. It's a love that sees clearly and acts skillfully even when facing difficult truths. The Buddha taught that developing a compassionate heart is not only beneficial for others, it is the most direct path to your own liberation from suffering. When your heart is closed and defensive, you live in a state of constant tension and separation, always vigilant, always protecting, always feeling isolated. When your heart is open and compassionate, you experience the natural peace and joy that come from alignment with your true nature. Love is not something you do, it is something you are. When all the barriers to love are removed, these barriers are usually forms of fear, fear of being hurt, fear of being taken advantage of, fear of being seen as weak, fear of caring too much about people who might leave or disappoint you. While these fears are understandable, they often cause more suffering than the situations they are trying to protect you from. Living with a closed heart may feel safer, but it cuts you off from the joy, connection, and meaning that make life worth living. Opening your heart does not mean becoming naive or ignoring red flags in relationships. It means learning to love wisely, caring deeply, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries, trusting others, while also taking reasonable precautions, giving generously, while also ensuring your own well-being. This kind of wise love is like the sun, which shines on everyone equally, while maintaining its own integrity and strength. It's a love that is discerning, grounded in wisdom, and free from codependency. It offers connection without losing self, and gives freely without sacrificing self. This allows for genuine, sustainable relationships with both yourself and others. As you go through your daily life, you can practice cultivating this compassionate heart through simple acts of kindness. Smile genuinely at people you encounter. Listen fully when someone is speaking to you, giving them your undivided attention. Offer help when you see someone struggling, even in small ways. Send loving thoughts to people who are difficult or annoying, recognizing their own struggles. These small acts may seem insignificant, but they gradually transform your heart and create ripples of positive change in the world around you. They are active expressions of your deepest nature, strengthening the muscle of compassion with every conscious choice. You can also practice compassion by working with your own difficult emotions skillfully. When anger arises, instead of suppressing it or acting it out destructively, you can hold it with understanding. Anger often contains important information about your values and boundaries, but it needs the guidance of wisdom and compassion to be expressed constructively. When sadness arises, you can allow yourself to feel it fully, while also offering yourself comfort and support without trying to push it away or get rid of it. When fear surfaces, you can acknowledge it with kindness while also taking appropriate action to address legitimate concerns rather than being paralyzed by it. This compassionate approach to your own emotions gradually extends to how you relate to others' emotions as well. Instead of being triggered by other people's anger, sadness, or fear, you can recognize these as expressions of their own pain and respond with understanding, offering a stable, compassionate presence. Perhaps the most profound aspect of developing a compassionate heart is that it reveals the true nature of happiness. Most people search for happiness through getting what they want and avoiding what they do not want. But this approach leads to a conditional happiness that depends on external circumstances, always fleeting, always vulnerable to change. The happiness that comes from an open, compassionate heart is unconditional. It does not depend on everything going your way or everyone treating you well. It arises from the natural joy of living in alignment with love. This unconditional happiness is available to you right now, regardless of your circumstances. It does not require that you fix all your problems, achieve all your goals, or become a perfect person. It simply requires that you open your heart to what is present right now with acceptance and love. Even in the midst of difficulties, when you can hold your experience with compassion, a deep peace, and even joy becomes possible. It's the profound freedom that comes from realizing happiness is an internal state, not an external acquisition. As our time together comes to a close, let your heart rest in this natural compassion. Feel how it naturally wants to extend care and kindness to all beings, including yourself. This is not something you need to create or achieve. It is your true nature shining forth when all barriers are removed. Rest in the warmth and openness of your compassionate heart as you drift into peaceful sleep. Let this love be the last thing you experience before sleep and the first thing you remember upon waking. May you sleep deeply in the embrace of universal love, and may you awaken refreshed and ready to share this love with the world. As our 3-hour journey through Buddhist wisdom draws to its gentle close, we return to where we began, to the simple recognition that within you lies everything you need for lasting peace and happiness. You have touched the Four Noble Truths, explored the interconnected web of existence, dependent origination, and discovered the fluid nature of your true self, anatta. You have seen through illusions to find the workable nature of all experience. You have learned how your mind creates your world and how to work skillfully with this creative power. You have uncovered the hidden treasure of your Buddha nature and found the middle way that brings balance to life's complexities. Through ancient stories, you have touched timeless truths, returned to your pure mind, and opened the compassionate heart that is your birthright. Remember, dear friend, that tonight's journey is not an ending, but a beginning. This wisdom wants to express itself through your daily life, your relationships, your challenges, and your moments of joy. Every situation you encounter is an opportunity to practice these teachings and live from the peace that is your deepest nature. The true test of these profound insights isn't in their intellectual grasp, but in their practical application. It's about bringing the calm of meditation into the chaos of a busy workday, applying the wisdom of non-self to personal interactions, and activating the compassionate heart when faced with difficulty. This continuous process of integration is the essence of the path of awakening. Tomorrow you will still face ordinary human challenges, traffic and deadlines, difficult people, and unexpected problems. The world outside you will continue its ceaseless dance of change and uncertainty. But now, you have tools for working with these experiences skillfully. You know that suffering is optional, not the pain of life, but the extra mental suffering we add through our resistance and craving. You know that you are connected to all life, dissolving the illusion of separation that fuels fear and loneliness. And you know that your true nature is spacious and free, an unchanging refuge amidst all flux. This deep understanding provides a foundation of resilience and equanimity, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater grace and less internal turmoil. Most importantly, you are not alone on this path. For over 2,000 years, countless beings have walked this same journey of awakening. You are part of an endless stream of consciousness that flows through all who have touched these teachings and recognized their truth. From the ancient forest meditators to modern urban practitioners, the human spirit has continuously sought and found this liberation. Let this knowledge comfort you as you settle into rest. You are held in the infinite web of compassion that connects all beings. You are supported by the wisdom of countless teachers and fellow travelers who have shared their insights and struggles. Rest in this support sleep, in this love and wake tomorrow, ready to share the gifts you have received. This lineage of wisdom is a powerful resource offering guidance and inspiration through shared experience, ensuring that you are always part of a larger collective awakening. The journey home to your true nature is measured not in miles or years, but in moments of recognition. Each time you choose compassion over anger, each time you find peace in chaos, you take another step toward the home you have never actually left. Each breath is a chance to return to the present moment, to the awareness that is always here. Each moment is a doorway to the freedom that has always been yours. It's a continuous unfolding, a series of micro-choices that gradually rewire your brain and reshape your perception. This path is less about achieving a distant goal and more about realizing what is already inherent, uncovering the innate wisdom and compassion that are your birthright right here, right now. May you sleep deeply and peacefully tonight, cradled in the boundless love that is your true nature. May you wake tomorrow, refreshed and ready to live from the understanding you have touched tonight. And may all beings everywhere find the same peace and freedom that the Buddha discovered and shared with infinite generosity. From Moonmind Temple, we offer these teachings like flowers scattered on the path of awakening. The Buddha within you knows the way home. Rest now in that perfect knowing, that endless love, that peace beyond all understanding. Sleep well, dear friend. Tiep tuk toi, se morong bai van choban. Shin hak lerang viek morong vanban. En banchi feud hosel tula, mot quadrin radaiva toi, se tiep tuk kung kap kach fan ki huan tang. 12. The Path of Awakening, integrating wisdom into daily life. As our 3-hour journey through Buddhist wisdom draws to its gentle close, we return to where we began, to the simple recognition that within you lies everything you need for lasting peace and happiness. You have touched the 4 noble truths, explored the interconnected web of existence, dependent origination, and discovered the fluid nature of your true self, anatta. You have seen through illusions to find the workable nature of all experience. You have learned how your mind creates your world and how to work skillfully with this creative power. You have uncovered the hidden treasure of your Buddha nature and found the middle way that brings balance to life's complexities. Through ancient stories, you have touched timeless truths, returned to your pure mind, and opened the compassionate heart that is your birthright. Remember, dear friend, that tonight's journey is not an ending, but a beginning. This wisdom wants to express itself through your daily life, your relationships, your challenges, and your moments of joy. Every situation you encounter is an opportunity to practice these teachings and live from the peace that is your deepest nature. The true test of these profound insights isn't in their intellectual grasp, but in their practical application. It's about bringing the calm of meditation into the chaos of a busy workday, applying the wisdom of non-self to personal interactions, and activating the compassionate heart when faced with difficulty. This continuous process of integration is the essence of the path of awakening. Tomorrow you will still face ordinary human challenges, traffic and deadlines, difficult people, and unexpected problems. The world outside you will continue its ceaseless dance of change and uncertainty. But now, you have tools for working with these experiences skillfully. You know that suffering is optional, not the pain of life, but the extra mental suffering we add through our resistance and craving. You know that you are connected to all life, dissolving the illusion of separation that fuels fear and loneliness. And you know that your true nature is spacious and free, an unchanging refuge amidst all flux. This deep understanding provides a foundation of resilience and equanimity, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater grace and less internal turmoil. Most importantly, you are not alone on this path. For over 2,000 years, countless beings have walked this same journey of awakening. You are part of an endless stream of consciousness that flows through all who have touched these teachings and recognized their truth. From the ancient forest meditators to modern urban practitioners, the human spirit has continuously sought and found this liberation. Let this knowledge comfort you as you settle into rest. You are held in the infinite web of compassion that connects all beings. You are supported by the wisdom of countless teachers and fellow travelers who have shared their insights and struggles. Rest in this support, sleep in this love, and wake tomorrow, ready to share the gifts you have received. This lineage of wisdom is a powerful resource offering guidance and inspiration through shared experience, ensuring that you are always part of a larger collective awakening. The journey home to your true nature is measured not in miles or years, but in moments of recognition. Each time you choose compassion over anger, each time you find peace in chaos, you take another step toward the home you have never actually left. Each breath is a chance to return to the present moment, to the awareness that is always here. Each moment is a doorway to the freedom that has always been yours. It's a continuous unfolding, a series of micro choices that gradually rewire your brain and reshape your perception. This path is less about achieving a distant goal and more about realizing what is already inherent, uncovering the innate wisdom and compassion that are your birthright right here, right now. May you sleep deeply and peacefully tonight, cradled in the boundless love that is your true nature. May you wake tomorrow refreshed and ready to live from the understanding you have touched tonight. And may all beings everywhere find the same peace and freedom that the Buddha discovered and shared with infinite generosity. From Moonmind Temple, we offer these teachings like flowers scattered on the path of awakening. The Buddha within you knows the way home. Rest now in that perfect knowing, that endless love, that peace beyond all understanding. Sleep well, dear friend. Sleep well. 13. Cultivating the awakened mind. Practices for sustained transformation. The journey of awakening is not a one-time event, but a continuous process of cultivation. The wisdom shared tonight provides the map, but the walking must be done daily. This final section delves deeper into specific practices and attitudes that foster the awakened mind, helping you integrate the profound insights of Buddhist wisdom into every facet of your life, making them not just abstract concepts, but lived realities. Mindfulness sati in action. We touched upon mindfulness earlier, but its role in daily life cannot be overstated. It's the primary tool for seeing reality as it is, rather than as our conditioned minds interpret it. Formal practice. Dedicate time each day, even just 10 to 15 minutes, to seated meditation. Sit in a comfortable posture, close your eyes gently, and bring your attention to your breath. Notice the sensation of the breath as it enters and leaves your body. When your mind wanders, and it will gently bring your attention back to the breath without judgment. This practice strengthens your attention muscle, making it easier to stay present in daily life. Informal practice. Extend mindfulness to everyday activities. When you're eating, simply eat, noticing the tastes, textures, and smells without distraction. When you're walking, notice the sensation of your feet on the ground, the movement of your body. When you're talking to someone, truly listen, giving them your full presence. This transforms mundane activities into opportunities for awareness, grounding you in the present moment and preventing the mind from constantly dwelling on the past or future. Mindful self-observation. Pay attention to your inner dialogue. Notice the stories your mind tells, especially the ones that cause suffering, e.g., "I'm not good enough," "This is unfair." Recognize them as thoughts, not absolute truths. Practice creating a space between you and your thoughts, becoming the observer rather than the identified participant. This helps to weaken the grip of negative mental patterns. Cultivating compassion and loving kindness. Metta and karuna. The compassionate heart is the natural expression of an awakened mind. It's cultivated through intentional practice and a shift in perspective. Metta meditation. Expanded beyond self and loved ones. Extend your loving kindness wishes to neutral people, e.g., the barista, the mail carrier, then to difficult people, and finally to all beings without exception. This gradual expansion helps to dissolve the mental barriers of separation and judgment, fostering a boundless sense of empathy and connection. Imagine these beings receiving your wishes for happiness and freedom from suffering. Active compassion. Look for opportunities to ease suffering in the world, however small. This could be a kind word, a helping hand, a donation, or simply listening without judgment. Recognize that your actions, no matter how small, ripple outwards through the web of interconnection, empathy, and perspective. Taking. When someone acts in a way that irritates you, pause and consider what conditions might be influencing their behavior. Perhaps they are tired, stressed, or experiencing their own difficulties. This doesn't excuse harmful actions, but it fosters understanding and allows you to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. Embracing impermanence and non-self. These are not just philosophical concepts. They are living truths to be experienced. Notice change. Throughout your day, consciously notice how everything is changing. Your body, your thoughts, your emotions, the weather, the people around you, objects in your environment. Everything is in a constant state of flux. This steady observation helps to dismantle the illusion of permanence. Letting go practice. Letting go of attachment to outcomes, possessions, and even ideas of who you think you are. When something ends or changes, acknowledge the sadness or discomfort, but then gently release your clinging. This makes space for what is new and allows you to flow with life's natural current rather than resisting it. Question: I periodically inquire into the nature of self. When you say, "I am happy" or "I am tired," ask, where is this I? Is it a fixed entity, or is it a momentary arising of sensations and thoughts? This inquiry helps to loosen the identification with a solid, permanent self, revealing the spaciousness of awareness. Navigating the middle way. Applying the principle of balance in your life requires consistent awareness and gentle correction. Self-reflection. Regularly check in with yourself. Am I pushing too hard or not enough in this area of my life? Am I clinging too tightly or being too detached? Am I reacting with too much intensity or not enough responsiveness? Adaptive response instead of rigid rules. Cultivate flexibility. Recognize that what works in one situation might not work in another. The middle way is not a fixed path, but a dynamic adjustment to the unique circumstances of each moment. For example, some days you may need more rest, other days more activity. Some relationships require direct communication, others gentle patience. Embrace paradox. Learn to hold seemingly contradictory truths simultaneously. You can be dedicated to a goal while being unattached to the outcome. You can love deeply while recognizing the impermanence of all relationships. This capacity for nuanced understanding frees you from the mental stress of trying to force reality into neat dualistic categories. Wisdom from stories. The parables we explored are meant to be revisited, their meanings deepening with your own life experience. Personal reflection. Choose one parable that resonates with you and reflect on it for a few days. How does it apply to your current challenges or joys? What hidden insights does it reveal about your own life story? Share wisdom. When appropriate, share these stories with others. The act of explaining them can deepen your own understanding and offer comfort or insight to those you care about. Recognize your own story. See your own life as an unfolding narrative filled with lessons and opportunities for awakening. Trust that every experience, pleasant or unpleasant, contributes to your growth. Resting in pure mind. This is the ultimate ground of peace, accessible at any time. Moments of stillness. Seek out moments of silence and stillness each day, even if just for a few breaths. In these moments, let go of doing and simply be. Allow your awareness to settle, recognizing its inherent peace. Pre-sleep practice. As you lie down to sleep gently, let go of all thoughts and concerns. Don't try to force sleep, but simply rest in the vast open awareness that is always present. Imagine your consciousness expanding, becoming like the sky, allowing all thoughts and sensations to pass through without disturbance. Trust your nature. Cultivate a deep trust that your original nature is pure, perfect, and complete, regardless of external circumstances or internal fluctuations. This fundamental acceptance is profoundly liberating. The path of awakening is a lifelong journey filled with moments of profound insight and subtle shifts in perspective. It's not about becoming someone you are not, but about remembering, uncovering, and expressing the wisdom, compassion, and peace that are already your deepest truth. Each step you take, however small, is a step closer to living fully from your awakened nature. Trust in the process, be patient with yourself, and embrace the beautiful unfolding of your own unique story. Chek shanrua to setiep tuk morong baivan. Xin hak lai rangviek morong van ban lane. Van de cinque mild to la mod quatrin rat devatoi. Setiep tuk kungkap kax van ki huan tanch. 14. The flow of interdependence. Deepening the understanding of dependent origination. We previously touched upon the web of interconnection, known in Buddhism as dependent origination, pratyasamutpada. This principle is so foundational and pervasive in Buddhist thought that it warrants a deeper, more detailed exploration. It is not merely a theoretical concept, but a living truth that, when deeply understood, fundamentally reshapes our perception of reality and our place within it, leading to profound liberation from suffering. It is the understanding that nothing exists in isolation. Everything arises, abides, and ceases in dependence upon other factors. This constant dynamic flow of conditions means that reality is far more fluid and interconnected than our ordinary fragmented perception often allows us to see. Imagine attempting to trace the source of a single drop of water in the ocean. Is its origin the cloud it fell from, the river that carried it to the sea, the mountain stream that fed the river, the glacier that melted to form the stream? The truth, it's the drop of water, is a momentary manifestation of an endless cycle. It is the ocean momentarily expressing itself as a drop. Similarly, dependent origination reveals that no phenomenon, no object, no thought, no emotion, no being has an independent inherent existence. Everything is a momentary convergence of conditions, a dynamic process rather than a static entity. The traditional exposition of dependent origination often uses a 12-linked chain to illustrate how suffering arises and how it can be ceased. While complex in its full philosophical detail, its essence is profoundly practical. This chain describes how ignorance leads to mental formations, which lead to consciousness, then to name and form, to the 6 sense bases, to contact, to feeling, to craving, to clinging, to becoming, to birth, and finally to old age and death, and thus suffering. Each link is dependent on the preceding one, and by understanding and interrupting this chain, liberation becomes possible. Let's unpack this with a simpler, more relatable example of how this flow of interdependence manifests in our daily lives. Consider the act of enjoying a cup of tea. Without conditions, the tea cannot exist. There must be a tea plant conditioned by soil, sunlight, water, climate. The plant is conditioned by human effort. Farmers cultivate it, harvest its leaves, conditioned by knowledge passed down, economic systems tools. The leaves are processed. They are withered, rolled, oxidized, dried, conditioned by specific methods, machinery, human labor. The tea travels. It is packaged, transported across continents, conditioned by logistics, trade agreements, fuel infrastructure. You acquire the tea, you buy it from a store conditioned by retail systems, your finances, your desire for tea. You prepare the tea, you boil water, conditioned by plumbing energy supply, pour it over the leaves, steep it conditioned by your knowledge of tea. Preparation, a teapot, a cup. You drink the tea. The liquid touches your tongue, creating a sensation conditioned by taste buds, neural pathways. Your mind interprets the sensation, this is delicious, or this is too bitter, conditioned by your past experiences, preferences, expectations. An emotional response arises, pleasure, disappointment, conditioned by your interpretation. At every single step, the existence of the tea and your experience of it are utterly dependent on a vast, intricate web of conditions. If any one of these conditions were absent, no rain for the tea plant, no farmer, no transportation, no clean water, the tea as you experience it would not arise. This illustrates that the tea is not an independently existing object, but a label we give to a dynamic, constantly flowing confluence of causes and effects. Your pleasure from the tea is not inherent in the tea itself, but arises from the interaction of the tea, your senses, your mind's interpretation, and countless other factors. This deep understanding of interdependence has profound implications for our ethical conduct. When we truly grasp that our actions, thoughts, and words ripple through the vast web of existence, affecting countless other beings and ultimately ourselves, our motivation for ethical living transforms. It moves beyond a sense of duty or moral obligation to a profound recognition of practical wisdom. Kindness. When you act with kindness, you are strengthening the conditions for peace and well-being, not just for the recipient, but for the entire system. A kind word can uplift someone who then goes on to be kinder to others, creating a virtuous cycle. Harm. Conversely, when you act with harm, you are introducing discordant vibrations into the web, creating conditions for suffering that will inevitably affect you as well. Holding on to anger or resentment does not just hurt the object of your anger. It fundamentally distorts your own inner landscape and impacts your interactions with the world. Environmental responsibility. Understanding dependent origination underscores our responsibility to the planet. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat are not separate from us. They are us in a different form. Harming the environment is ultimately harming ourselves because we are an inseparable part of it. Dependent origination also offers a powerful lens through which to understand suffering and its cessation. Our suffering often arises from our attempt to grasp at things as if they were permanent and separate. We crave a fixed self, a static relationship, an unchanging career. But because everything is dependently arisen and constantly in flux, our clinging inevitably leads to disappointment when things change, as they invariably will. When we understand that our feelings of self-worth are dependent on external validation, like a promotion or praise, we become vulnerable to suffering when those conditions are not met. When we realize our anger is dependent on our interpretation of a situation and our clinging to how things should be, we gain the power to alter that interpretation and release the clinging. This means that instead of trying to manipulate external conditions to achieve happiness, which is like trying to hold on to a flowing river, we can work with the internal conditions, our craving, our ignorance that give rise to suffering. Practices for cultivating interdependence. Mindful observation of causes and effects. Throughout your day, consciously notice the chain reactions. When you feel a certain emotion, ask what conditions led to this feeling. When you see an event unfold, consider the multiple causes that contributed to it. This cultivates a more nuanced understanding of reality, moving beyond simplistic blame or singular causes. Gratitude for interconnectedness. Take time to reflect on all the conditions that support your life. Your food, your shelter, your clothes, the people who educated you, the infrastructure that allows you to travel, all are products of vast networks of interdependence. Cultivating gratitude for this web of support deepens your sense of connection and humility. Generosity. Dana giving is a direct expression of recognizing interdependence. When you give, you acknowledge that your well-being is tied to the well-being of others. It creates positive ripples in the web, strengthening the conditions for collective flourishing. This can be giving material things time, knowledge, or simply your presence. Ethical living. Sila consciously choose actions that cause no harm and actively benefit others. This goes beyond external rules. It's an internal recognition that your welfare is bound up with the welfare of all. Avoiding actions that stem from greed, hatred, or delusion helps to purify the conditions within your own mind, leading to less suffering for yourself and others. Reflection on loss. When you experience loss, whether of a loved one, a possession, or a dream, reflect on how that person or thing continues to exist through the conditions they created or influenced. This helps to transform grief into a recognition of ongoing impact, softening the sense of absolute ending. The profound beauty of dependent origination is that it doesn't leave us feeling powerless in a deterministic universe. Instead, it highlights the immense power we have to shape the conditions that give rise to our experience. By consciously transforming our ignorance into wisdom, our craving into contentment, and our aversion into compassion, we directly influence the intricate tapestry of cause and effect, leading ourselves and others towards greater peace and liberation. It is the understanding that while we are conditioned, we are also actively conditioning the world moment by moment. This empowers us to participate consciously and skillfully in the grand dance of existence. As you conclude this reflection, carry with you the profound sense of being intricately woven into the fabric of the universe. Recognize that every breath you take, every word you speak, every thought you think is a dynamic contribution to the ongoing flow of existence. Rest in this understanding, knowing that you are not a separate, isolated entity, but a vital and inseparable part of everything. Let the peace of this ultimate interconnection permeate your being, guiding you to live with greater wisdom, compassion, and effortless grace. Juok roi toi setiep tuk morong bai van. Sin hak lairang viek morong van ban lane. Wonder bing hisa tula mod qua tring rat dai va toi. Setiep tuk kung kap kak van ki huan ting. 15. The practice of generosity, Dana, the first step on the path. While the previous sections have laid out profound philosophical insights, the teachings of the Buddha are always rooted in practical application. One of the most fundamental and universally accessible practices is generosity, Dana. Dana is not merely about giving away possessions. It is a profound act of liberation, a direct antidote to the clinging of greed, and a powerful way to cultivate joy and connection. It's often considered the very first step on the spiritual path because it directly challenges the self-centeredness that underlies much suffering. Imagine a closed fist. It can neither give nor receive. It is tight, defensive, and isolated. Now imagine an open hand. It is relaxed, capable of both giving and receiving. This simple metaphor illustrates the state of mind that generosity cultivates. When our minds are gripped by stinginess or fear of lack, we become like the closed fist, constricted and unable to experience the natural flow of abundance. When we practice generosity, we open our inner hand, allowing energy to flow outwards and paradoxically creating space for more to flow inwards, not necessarily in material terms, but in terms of peace, joy, and connection. The act of giving at its core is a moment of non-clinging. It is a moment where we intentionally release our grip on something, whether it's our time, our energy, our possessions, or even our ideas. This act of letting go is profoundly liberating because it directly counters the craving tanha that the Buddha identified as the root of suffering. When we cling, we suffer. When we release, we find peace. Dana provides a tangible way to practice this release in our daily lives. Forms of generosity. Dana manifests in myriad ways, extending far beyond monetary donations. Material giving. This is perhaps the most obvious form. It could be offering food, clothing, shelter, or financial support to those in need. It might involve donating to a cause you believe in, sharing resources with friends or family, or simply buying a meal for a stranger. The key is the intention behind the act, giving freely without expectation of return. Giving time and energy. In our busy modern lives, time is often more precious than money. Volunteering your time, helping a friend move, listening attentively to someone in distress, or simply offering a genuine smile to a passerby are all powerful acts of generosity. It's about offering your presence and effort for the benefit of others. Giving knowledge and wisdom, Dhamma dana, sharing what you have learned, offering guidance, teaching a skill, or simply engaging in a wise conversation can be a profound act of generosity. This is particularly valued in Buddhist traditions as it directly supports the awakening of others. Giving safety and protection, ahimsa dana. This refers to acting in ways that protect beings from harm. It might involve standing up against injustice, preventing violence, or simply refraining from speaking harsh words or engaging in harmful actions. It is the active cultivation of harmlessness and compassion. Giving forgiveness. This is a powerful and often challenging form of generosity. Releasing resentment, letting go of grudges, and offering forgiveness both to others and to yourself frees you from the burden of anger and bitterness. It's a gift that liberates both the giver and the receiver. The benefits of generosity. The practice of dana cultivates numerous positive qualities within the mind, acting as a powerful antidote to mental afflictions. Reduces greed and clinging. Each act of giving is a direct counter to the tendency to grasp. It trains the mind to release, reducing the hold of acquisitiveness. Over time, this lessens the anxiety associated with wanting more and fearing loss. Cultivates joy, piti, and happiness, sukha. There is an inherent joy that arises from giving without expectation. This joy is not dependent on external circumstances, but springs from within a natural byproduct of open-heartedness. The act of contributing to others' well-being intrinsically lifts our own spirits, builds positive karma merit. In Buddhist understanding, wholesome actions create wholesome results. Acts of generosity create positive conditions for future well-being, fostering a sense of inner abundance and good fortune. This isn't a transactional concept, but an understanding of the natural law of cause and effect. Strengthens connection and reduces isolation. Generosity inherently involves others. It builds bridges between people, fostering a sense of community and interdependence. It breaks down the illusion of separation and reminds us that our well-being is deeply intertwined with the well-being of all. Increases self-worth and confidence. When you consistently act generously, you begin to see yourself as capable of contributing, as someone who has something valuable to offer. This cultivates a healthy sense of self-worth that is rooted in giving rather than in acquiring. Develops compassion and empathy. The act of giving naturally requires us to consider the needs of others, fostering empathy and compassion. It allows us to step outside our own immediate concerns and connect with the suffering and aspirations of others. Purifies the mind. Generosity is a powerful purifier of the mind, washing away the defilements of greed, self-centeredness, and narrow-mindedness. It creates a clearer, more spacious mental landscape, making it easier to cultivate other wholesome qualities. Challenges and nuances in practicing dana. While seemingly simple, practicing generosity mindfully can present challenges. Giving with expectation. True dana is given without expectation of return praise or even gratitude. If we give with an agenda, it ceases to be pure generosity and becomes a form of subtle clinging or manipulation. The intention is paramount, giving beyond our means. The middle way applies even to generosity. It's important to give skillfully without harming ourselves or our dependents. Generosity should be sustainable and balanced, not leading to self-impoverishment or resentment. Spiritual bypassing. Sometimes people might use generosity as a way to avoid addressing their own inner issues or difficult emotions. True dana is integrated with self-awareness, not used as an escape. Discernment in giving. While the spirit of generosity is boundless wisdom, dictates that we discern where our giving can be most effective and genuinely beneficial. This doesn't mean judging the recipient's worthiness, but understanding the conditions that will lead to the most positive impact. Integrating dana into daily life. Start small. Look for daily opportunities to practice generosity. Offer a genuine compliment. Let someone go ahead of you in line. Share your expertise or offer help to a colleague. Donate blood if able. Regularly clear out items you don't need and donate them. Make eye contact and smile at strangers. Be generous with your attention when listening to others. Each of these small acts, performed with a genuine intention to give, cultivates an open, expansive heart. It slowly but surely rewires the mind away from scarcity and self-preoccupation towards abundance and connection. As you prepare for sleep tonight, reflect on a moment today where you were generous, either materially or in spirit. Feel the warmth and expansiveness that arose in your heart from that act. Even if you perceive yourself as having little, recognize the immense capacity for giving that resides within you. This inner wellspring of generosity is an inexhaustible resource, always available, always ready to flow. Trust in its power to transform your mind and bring you closer to the profound peace and liberation that are your inherent nature. May your heart be open, generous, and overflowing with peace.